You're lying here with your lower back rigid against the mattress, hips held tight as if bracing for a step that never comes. Your body still in gear from the day, even though you've stopped moving, no longer driving, no longer pushing forward. But your pelvis remains coiled like a spring wound too long. Muscles holding steady not because they have to, but because they don't know how to let go. This is a calming practice, not medical advice or treatment. If stress or sleeplessness is wearing you down, a doctor or therapist is the right person to talk to. But here, tonight, this session was made for you. Wired but tired, calm your nervous system, somatic exercises for sleep, vagus nerve reset. All these things people search for when they can't turn off their parts mon. Body's alarm. And if that's where you are now, in the stillness between breaths, with your spine locked in place like it's waiting to respond to something that no longer exists, then this is a way to tell the body it's safe to rest. Let's begin by meeting exactly where you are, not trying to fix anything yet, not pushing for change, just noticing what's here, the weight of your hips pressing into the bed. How one side may feel slightly heavier than the other, the small dip in the mattress beneath your lower back, a ridge where it meets your pelvis. There's no need to shift or adjust. You're already supported, and this space is holding you just as you are. Now, let's invite your breath into this moment, not with effort, but with invitation. Inhale slowly through your nose. Feel the air enter your chest, then release it out through your mouth. Long and soft, like letting go of a held thought. The exhale is longer than the inhale, just slightly. At first, 1 second in, 2 seconds out. You're not forcing anything. You're simply giving the body permission to slow down. This long exhale is how your nervous system knows it's safe. It's built into us. A biological break that says the danger has passed. No matter what happened today, no matter what the day demanded or drained from you, right now, in this quiet room with closed eyes and still hands, there is nothing to fear. You don't need to be ready for anything. You're not on call. You're not expected to respond. Let your next breath come in, soft through your nose, a little deeper than before, and then exhale. Longer. 2 seconds. 3. Let it roll out like water from a slow tap. Feel how the air leaves your body with less urgency each time. There's no goal here, just rhythm. Just the steady flow of breath that begins to quiet the engine inside you. After this next inhale, let your exhale be even longer. 3 seconds, 4, and as it goes out, imagine your lower back softening where it presses into the bed, not pushing, not pulling, just allowing. Noticing how tension in that area wants to stay tight. How muscles remember being on guard, but now they don't need to be. You can let them know, I see you, I'm here with you, and this is safe. Breathe in again. Slowly feel your ribcage rise just slightly, not forcing expansion, just letting the space open as the air fills it. Then release. Exhale long and steady. 4 seconds now. 5. Let your body sink a fraction deeper into the mattress with every one. You don't have to do anything special. You're simply here, breathing, being held by the bed, supported from beneath. This is not about performance. It's not about how deeply or quickly you relax. This is about presence, about letting yourself feel what your body holds without judgment, and then gently encouraging it to unclench. Now, let's shift our attention just slightly outward, not into thoughts, but into the room itself, the actual space around you. You don't need to open your eyes, but if they're closed, imagine them softening even more with each breath, as though you could feel through the lids like a quiet window. Let your awareness drift slowly, gently, no rush, across what's here. The wall behind you, solid and unchanging. The ceiling above, smooth and distant. The door at the far end of the room, slightly ajar, or closed doesn't matter. It's just there, not threatening, not demanding anything. You can hear the quiet hum of the house, maybe the soft whisper of air through vents, the faint ticking of a clock somewhere beyond the wall. All these small sounds that mean nothing is chasing you. No one knocking at your door. No emergency. No summons. No alarm. This space is still. It has been for hours, and it's not going to change unless you decide to move. And right now, there's no need to decide anything at all. Your nervous system can hear this too. When the senses register that nothing in the environment requires vigilance, when they notice that the walls aren't closing in, the floor isn't shifting, the air is still, then the body begins to believe, I don't have to stay alert. The constant background hum of tension, the subtle pulse under your skin, starts to fade. Let this sink in. Let it settle like dust falling into silence after a storm. Now return your focus back inside yourself, not to fix, but to observe. Where is the tightness? Not everywhere, just where it lives, in one place at a time. Begin with your jaw. Notice if there's pressure between your teeth, or perhaps you're clenching without knowing. Little muscles near your ears, around your mouth. They don't have to stay locked like that. Let them unclench on the next long exhale. Just soften. Let go of any grip. Release even a tiny fraction of force and feel how much easier it is when you stop fighting yourself. Now, bring attention to your tongue, not trying to move it, but sensing where it rests in your mouth. Perhaps pressed against the roof or tucked behind your teeth. If so, gently let it fall. No need for correction. Just allow its weight to settle like a quiet thing returning home, softening with every breath. Your eyes are closed, yes, but there may be small muscles around them that are still tense, not from looking, but from holding, as though they're guarding your vision even in sleep. Let those little bands relax on the exhale. Let their shape loosen. Imagine them sinking into the softness of your face, like stone dissolving into earth. No need to open them. Just allow them to rest without resistance. Now, lift your shoulders slightly, just enough to feel where they sit, and then let go. Not drop, not collapse, but release the upward pull, letting them soften toward your sides, lower than you thought possible, as if gravity were pulling them down through your spine instead of holding them up. The weight is still there, yes, but now it's allowed to be shared with the bed beneath you. Your hands, fingers curled slightly, knuckles tight, or palms flat and stiff. Let them become heavier. Let go of any need to hold or protect. Loosen each finger one by one on a slow exhale. Imagine your fingertips melting into the mattress, not grasping, just being. Now, bring attention down to your belly, your lower abdomen, where you may still feel that knot, that tension from carrying the day. Not necessarily pain, but pressure, like something inside is braced for impact. Breathe into that space, not forcing it open, but inviting breath to flow through it. And as you exhale, let go of the grip. Allow your stomach to soften. Release the internal clench. Sink deeper into the bed with each outgoing breath. Let your belly soften further into the bed. No need to push it out or pull it in. Just allow the space beneath your navel to open like a quiet door that's been waiting all evening. You don't have to go through it. Only notice how much more room there is when you stop holding your breath inside. Now feel the low back, still pressing against the mattress. Yes, but not because of effort, just because it hasn't learned yet how to let go. That tightness along the sacrum, the small of your spine, like a knot tied too tightly in a rope no one ever meant to untie. Breathe into that place, not to fix it, not to stretch it apart, only to invite it to settle. And with each slow exhale, allow that area to loosen its grip on itself. Imagine the vertebrae releasing their hold on one another, not collapsing, but letting go of unnecessary tension, as if your spine were learning how to breathe too. Now let's turn attention down into the pelvis. You are lying flat, so it's easy to feel what's happening there. The hips still locked in place, like a door that's been slammed shut and forgotten, not stuck by anything outside, but by habit, by the day's unseen demands. They don't have to stay this way. You can let them soften into the mattress, slowly, one breath at a time. Feel how your sit bones are pressing gently into the bed, like two quiet points of contact with the world below. And as you exhale, allow those points to deepen their connection. Sink just slightly more into the support beneath you, not sinking into it, but letting the bed hold them. Let the pelvis stop being a fortress and become a bowl that can receive rest. There's no need to move, no reason to shift. Nothing in this moment asks for resistance or preparation. Your body doesn't have to be ready for anything, not even sleep, just present, softening, like warm wax slowly giving way under its own weight. The pelvis is beginning to release, not all at once, but in small waves, each wave coming on a long exhale. And with each one, you're telling your nervous system, I don't need to brace anymore. Now, feel the legs. They may still be tense from standing too long or sitting too tight. Knees slightly bent, ankles firm, but no one is watching. Nothing here requires posture, so let them go. Not drop, not flop. Just allow the muscles in your thighs to relax their grip on each other. Imagine you're a stone slowly sinking into deep water, weightless, unhurried, without resistance. The legs are becoming part of the bed's surface, no longer separate from it, but merging with its softness. Let your feet go, arches relaxing, toes spreading gently against the sheets, not because they must, but because they can. There's nothing to push off from, nothing to prepare for. Just let them rest where they are, heavy in a way that feels safe, not strained. The soles of your feet, the sensitive skin on the bottom of each foot, still carrying echoes of walking, standing, bearing weight. But now, there's no need to carry anything, only to be. Let your whole body become aware of its contact with the bed, not as a surface you're lying on, but as something that holds and supports, like earth cradling roots, your spine resting along the length of it, your hips sinking into its curve, your legs stretching out across it. Every point where skin meets fabric is an invitation to soften. No demand for perfection, just presence. Now, let's stay here a moment, not doing anything, not trying to change anything, but simply noticing how much easier it feels when you stop fighting your own body. The tension isn't gone. Not yet, but its grip has loosened, and that small release is enough, because it means you're no longer resisting yourself. Let's move inward again, not deeper into any one place, but across the whole field of sensation, like a slow current flowing under your skin. Notice how some parts feel warm, others cool. Some areas seem dense with memory or pressure, others light as air. There's no need to name them all. Just let yourself ride this quiet tide, not pushing ahead, not holding back. Now, imagine the body as one continuous field of softening, like a single sheet of fabric being drawn slowly through still water. Every breath pulls it down a little more. Each exhale folds part of you into deeper release. Your shoulders are lower, your jaw is lighter. Your belly has opened up like a cup catching moonlight. The pelvis is no longer guarding anything, just receiving what's beneath it. Feel how much heavier you've become. Not in a burdened way, but in a way that feels true to rest. Like gravity isn't something to resist anymore, but something your body can finally trust. You're not falling. You're being held. The bed is holding you, and the air around you is still enough to carry silence. Now, let's go back to one small place, just one, where tension has been holding on even after all this time. The lower back again, but not with demand, not trying to force it open, only asking, can you feel that place now? Not as a problem, but as part of your body? Yes, that spot between your hips and spine, where tension has lived for hours, maybe even days. It's still there, soft, yes, but present, like a memory the body hasn't yet forgotten. Breathe into it again, not to change it, just to acknowledge it. I see you. I'm here with you. And now, on the next exhale, let go of that last bit, not all at once, but slowly, as if you're untying a string that's been pulled too tight for too long. One small release after another, until even the idea of resistance begins to fade. The pelvis is sinking deeper into the mattress now, like sand filling in around a stone left too long on the shore. The edges softening, merging, not dissolving, just becoming part of the shape the bed allows. Now, let's stay with your breath, but not as an instruction. Just notice how it moves through you without needing to be guided. Steady, slow, deep enough that you don't have to think about it anymore. It simply is, and in its rhythm. There's a kind of peace, not because everything is solved, but because, for now, this moment, your body has stopped fighting. Let the breath flow on its own, like water finding its level after storm. No need to control where it goes. Just let it settle into the places that still hold tension, and in those spaces, allow softness to grow. Not a force, but a quiet unfolding, as if your body knows exactly what to do when left alone. You're beginning to feel less like someone who is trying to sleep, and more like something that is sleeping, already halfway there, resting in the space between wakefulness and stillness, where time slows down, where movement isn't needed, where being is enough. The edges of your awareness are softening too, not fading, but blending. The sound of silence now feels thick with comfort, like a blanket that's been worn just right, warm from having held you all night. You don't have to do anything. No effort, no push, no correction. Only notice how much more room there is when you stop fighting yourself. And in that space, even the smallest release feels significant, like a door opening ever so slightly, letting light in without changing the dark. Now, let's stay here, not moving forward, not pushing into sleep, just resting where you are, on the edge of something deeper, but still fully present. Your body no longer bracing, your breath no longer strained, your mind no longer racing. Only this moment, held, quiet, safe. And if you notice a thought drifting in, like a leaf floating across water, don't take it with you. Just let it pass without meeting it, without stopping for it. Let it sink into the stillness behind you, like something that was never meant to stay anyway. You are beginning to feel less like a body that must perform and more like one that is simply allowed to be. There's no demand here, only presence. Your spine softening into the mattress, not as surrender, but as return, like roots finding their way back into soil after a long drought. You don't need to dig deeper. Just let yourself settle where you are, in the quiet between breaths, in the space where effort dissolves. The pelvis is no longer holding itself up. It's not trying to brace against what isn't coming. It's simply being held by the bed, supported by gravity, cradled by stillness. Your hips are softening into their own shape again, like clay left undisturbed after fire. No need to reshape. Just let them return to how they were meant to rest. You don't have to fix anything. Only notice what's already happening beneath the surface. That subtle shift in weight, That quiet release where muscle and bone meet. Let your awareness sink into your lower back again. Not to change it, but to witness it. Let it be exactly as it is. No judgment, no correction, just observation, like watching a river slow its flow when it reaches the flat plain. There's no urgency in that movement, only natural descent, and what you're feeling now isn't weakness, it's surrender with depth, not collapse, but deepening. Your breath has found its own rhythm again, deeper than thought, quieter than intention. It moves through your body like a tide that knows the shape of the shore, without needing to be told when or how. And in that quiet pulse, where air meets bone, where ribcage gives way to softness, you begin to notice something else. The sensation of being held from below, not by hands, but by the earth itself. Your body is no longer resisting its own weight. It's allowing gravity to do what it always does, to pull down, to settle, to ground, and you're letting it happen. Your legs are heavy now. Yes, truly heavy. Not in a way that feels like burden, but like belonging. They've come home, the muscles along your thighs releasing their vigil, no longer on alert for movement, just resting. Let them fall open slightly, not because you want to, but because they can, without effort, as if gravity has finally claimed what it's been waiting for all night. Let your feet relax into the bed. Let the soles uncurl, the toes soften like petals at dusk. No need to point or tighten. Just release, the way a hand might open after holding something too long. Now, it doesn't matter what you've carried today, only that you're letting go of the weight, even if it's only in this small corner of your body. Your lower back is still there, but softer, less like tension and more like a place where warmth has begun to settle. Not heat, not pain, but the kind of quiet warmth that comes when resistance stops, like steam rising from stone after rain. Just slow seepage of release. You don't have to chase it. Only notice how your body is beginning to remember what safe feels like. Not because something changed in the room, but because something has shifted inside. The space around you continues to hold silence, thick and soft, not empty, but full of stillness that doesn't ask anything of you. No demand for focus, no need to respond, just being. And within this quiet, your awareness begins to widen, not outward, but inward, like a pool deepening after rain, the edges blurring, the center growing deeper. Your hands are resting now, not clenched, not tensed. They're simply on the bed, palms facing up, fingers loose, like someone who has finished waiting. And in that stillness, you feel something new, not absence of thought, but a kind of spaciousness where thoughts don't need to land. They pass through like clouds over water, seen, but not felt. No anchor, no pull. The air around you feels heavier now, not dense, but thick with presence, as if the room itself has slowed down, breathing in time with you, not because it's alive, but because your body is allowing stillness to settle into every corner. And when that happens, even small things become significant, like how your breath moves through the soft tissue of your spine, how your skin meets the sheets, how sound no longer needs to be processed, only receive. Let your hips sink again, not with a push, but with patience, like sand filling in beneath something left too long on dry ground. You don't have to do anything. Only allow the shape of your body to soften into its own natural alignment, where support comes from within, from gravity, from rest, and not from willpower. Your lower back is no longer a place that holds tension. It's becoming part of what's allowed to be, like a muscle that has finally understood it doesn't need to stay taut all the time. It can relax. It can let go, even if just for now, even if only in this one stretch between sleep and wakefulness. The warmth beneath your pelvis grows gentle, not hot, not urgent, like a memory of being held, or like sunlight on stone after long cold. You don't need to name it. Only feel how it spreads slowly, not rushing, not pushing, just unfolding where the body has been waiting for this moment, for this release. Your breath is no longer something you're managing. It's simply here, steady, deepening, pulling in air without resistance, letting it out with ease. And as each exhale goes longer than the last, without being forced, you begin to feel less like a body that must stay alert and more like one that has already begun its return. The edges of your awareness are no longer sharp. They're softening into the space around you, not fading, but blending, like mist rising from wet ground at dawn. You don't need to see where it ends, only feel how much lighter you are when boundaries dissolve. And in that quiet merging, where you end and the room begins, you realize this isn't escape, it's return. Your pelvis is no longer bracing against nothing. It's simply resting, like a stone at the bottom of a still pond, not moving, not resisting, just being held by depth, supported by what lies beneath. You don't have to do anything, only stay, only be, and in that staying, without demand or effort, you begin to feel something deeper than sleep, something older, like the body remembering how to rest without permission. The air around you feels fuller now, not because more is there, but because less is required of you. No need to respond, no need to perform. Only notice how your spine begins to curve naturally into its own shape again. Not forced by effort, but shaped by surrender. You're beginning to feel less like someone who's trying to fall asleep, and more like something that has already stopped fighting. The kind of stillness that doesn't announce itself. It simply settles in, like dust settling after a storm. Quiet, unremarkable, peaceful. Your breath continues to deepen, not because you're doing anything, but because your body is finally allowed to breathe without reason. And in that breath, slow, steady, effortless, you begin to notice the subtle shift. Your lower back is no longer tight. It's softening into its own space. like a fold of fabric settling after being held too long. Not rigid, not resisting, just resting. And as you let go further, not all at once, but in layers, like peeling away a cloak that was never meant to stay, you feel the body begin to tell its own story. One of quiet release, one of slow return, not urgent, not dramatic, just real and gentle. The pelvis is sinking deeper now into the mattress, into gravity, into stillness, as if it's been waiting for this moment all night. This softening, this surrender, this permission to be exactly where it is, without needing to move, without needing to do anything. Just be. Your legs are no longer holding tension. They're opening up like petals at dusk, not forced open, but allowed. And in that opening, there's a kind of safety, not because the world has changed, but because your body has finally stopped fighting itself. The warmth beneath you grows again, gentle, quiet, unobtrusive, like the first breath of morning after a long night. Not cold, not hot, just right. And as it spreads through your lower back, through your hips, into your thighs, you realize this isn't a moment to be held, only felt. Your lower back is no longer pressing into the mattress as if testing its strength. It's beginning to yield, slowly, quietly, to what lies beneath you, not collapsing, not giving in, but letting go of a weight that wasn't yours to carry. The spine isn't straightening itself anymore. It's softening into its own natural curve, as though gravity has finally been invited inside and told, stay. You don't have to hold your body upright for the world. You're allowed here to let it follow the line of least resistance. And so it does. Each vertebra settling like a stone in warm water, not sinking down entirely, but finding its place again, as if the spine remembers how to breathe when no one's watching. The warmth beneath you isn't just heat anymore. its presence, an old kind of quiet that doesn't need words, something older than effort, older than intention. It moves through your hips like a slow tide returning after high water has passed, not forcing anything open, only flowing where space already exists. Your pelvis is no longer tight at the base. It's beginning to widen, not dramatically, not suddenly, but in small shifts that accumulate over time, as if something deep inside knows how to release without being asked. The muscles along your inner thighs are uncurling like roots after rain, softening into a rhythm they've forgotten, and you're just here to notice, not guide, not correct. Your breath has settled deeper now, not because of any effort, but because the body no longer feels it must protect itself with each inhale. It's allowed to draw air in without needing to brace for what comes next. And when that air leaves, longer than before, it doesn't need a reason. It simply goes, as if it were always meant to linger on its way out. Your shoulders have dropped lower, not because you told them to, but because the nervous system has finally decided there's no one left to fight. No threat still lurking in the doorway. The weight of vigilance is slipping from your upper body like sand through a slow hourglass, and what remains isn't emptiness, it's lightness, not false or forced, just real. There's a quiet hum beneath you now, a kind of low-frequency pulse that isn't sound exactly, more like the feeling of being held by something large and still. You don't need to name it. Only feel how your body responds when it arrives. A subtle softening across the small of your back. A loosening in the joints where tension used to live. Not gone yet, but no longer demanded, as if permission has finally been granted. You're allowed to stop pretending to be someone who's ready. You don't have to arrive anywhere tonight. Only rest. Your legs are beginning to feel separate from your mind now. No longer obeying orders or waiting for signals. They're just there, like logs in a riverbed, shaped by the current but not resisting it. Each one finding its own place against the bed, not stiffened into position, but simply letting gravity pull them where they belong. Your feet are no longer curled inward, toes spreading slightly on their own, as if remembering how to be open without fear, not stretching outward for anything, just allowing themselves to exist in this shape. The air around you feels heavier now, not dense or suffocating, but full, like a room that has been waiting for someone to settle into it. Your body is not filling space anymore. It's becoming part of it. The bed isn't beneath you. It's holding you, not tightly, but consistently, as if every fiber knows your weight and accepts it without question. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of rest. Only allow it. There's a softness spreading through your hips now, not sudden or dramatic, just a slow untying in the deep muscles along your sacrum, like threads that were pulled too tight for hours, finally being released one by one, not all at once. Only enough so you can feel them loosen without needing to remember how they felt before. And with each release, there's less resistance, not because something changed outside of you, but because the body has decided it doesn't need to defend itself anymore. Your lower back is no longer a place where tension lives in ambush. It's becoming a kind of hollow space, not empty, but open, like an old well that wasn't meant for water, but now holds stillness instead. And that stillness isn't cold or hard, just deep. And you're beginning to notice how your body feels lighter when it stops trying to stay alert. How even the bones seem less burdened by effort. Not fragile, not weak, but unclenched in a way that allows them to just be. You don't need to make this moment last or hold on to anything. Only feel what's already here. Your spine resting into its own shape again. Hips opening gently like the first petals of night blooming flowers. Not rushing, not pushing, just letting go with no deadline. No expectation that you'll fall asleep by a certain time. Nothing to prove, nowhere else to be. The air is thick now, not in an oppressive way, but full of quiet possibility. As if something has shifted inside the room without anyone noticing. Perhaps it's your breath slowing further, or perhaps it's simply that your nervous system no longer feels the need to scan for danger. And so, you stop scanning too. And with that stopping comes a kind of safety not built on logic, but felt in muscle memory, as if the body remembers what safe used to feel like. Even after years of forgetting, your legs are beginning to relax deeper into their own space. Not just lying down, but belonging. Each thigh surrendering slightly more with every passing moment. The skin above your knees softening against fabric, not resisting contact, no longer bracing for impact or waiting for movement, just being touched by the world in small ways that don't require a response. There's warmth building again, not heat like fire, but something deeper, like sunlight at the bottom of a forest after rain. Not bright, but steady, and it spreads through your pelvis, not as an event, but as a return to baseline. A kind of remembering how your body feels when it doesn't have to do anything except be. You don't need to fix this moment or make sense of it. Just let yourself feel the slow collapse into softness. Not failure, not weakness, but release. And in that release, there's no effort required, only presence. Your hips are no longer fighting gravity. They're letting themselves sink slightly more with each breath, not falling through, but yielding to what supports them. And as you do, something shifts inside the lower back. Not a change exactly, but an acceptance of its own shape, like soil that finally stops resisting rain and lets itself become wet. Your body is no longer trying to stay awake or fall asleep. It's just resting in between, where time slows down, not because it has to, but because nothing demands motion. And so you don't move, not even a finger. Just let the space around you grow heavier with silence, and your awareness sink deeper into what already is. There's no need for anything beyond this breath, beyond this quiet unfolding of muscle and bone, beyond the fact that you're here, lying down, not running from yourself, only returning, and as you stay, without demand, without effort, the room begins to feel less like a place where time passes, more like one where stillness lives, not waiting for anything, just being present. Your pelvis is no longer shaped by tension. It's beginning to shape itself again, not according to expectation, but simply because the body has been given permission to soften fully into its own form. And with that softening comes a kind of safety not built on belief, but felt in nerves and marrow, as if your nervous system finally says, you are enough, just as you are, even now, even here. The air around you is no longer separate from what's happening inside. It moves through the space where breath meets stillness, where weight becomes support, where effort dissolves into ease. And so, you let yourself be held by gravity, by bed, by silence, not because it will save you, but simply because you're allowed to rest without reason. Your lower back is no longer a place of resistance. It's becoming part of the deep quiet, like a riverbed that has stopped rushing and now rests in its own shape. There's a quiet pressure now at the base of your spine, not tightness, not strain, but something like the way roots settle into earth when rain has finally come. Not pushing up, just letting go down. And as you let go, the space between pelvis and mattress begins to fill with stillness that isn't empty. It's full of absence, absence of effort, absence of urgency. No need to move forward or back, only presence in this hollow where your body meets the bed. A soft indentation forming not from force but surrender. Your hips are beginning to tilt slightly into their own shape. Not alignment, not posture, but what happens when you stop resisting gravity's quiet pull, and so they release a little more with every breath. No command needed, just letting the weight do its work. The muscles along your sacrum unspool like thread left too long in water, slowly losing tension until there's nothing to hold on to. Not even memory of holding on. You don't have to remember how it felt before or what you were supposed to be doing. Just feel this. The way warmth pools low and deep beneath your pelvis. Not heat, but a kind of grounding hum, like the sound of distant thunder heard through stone. Not loud enough to wake, just present enough to remind that something ancient is still here. Listening, waiting only for you to stop running from it. Your legs are no longer separate from one another. There's not even an edge between them anymore. They've begun to merge into a single field of softness. Thighs meeting in the middle where skin brushes fabric and nothing demands response. Not pain, not tension, not need. Just contact that doesn't require meaning. Just existence. Your knees are no longer guarding anything. They're resting now on their own terms, not pressed against each other or pulled apart, but simply aligned with what's happening beneath them. And as you notice this quiet alignment, not efforted, not arranged, the space between your legs begins to feel less like a gap and more like an opening, not for movement, but for presence, a kind of stillness that holds room, where nothing is missing because everything has already arrived. You aren't trying to get anywhere now. You're just letting the bed support what's been holding itself up too long. And in return, your body gives back something it hasn't offered in years. Trust, not belief, not hope, but a quiet knowing that this place, this shape of lying down, is acceptable, even sacred in its ordinary way. The air around you is heavier now, not thick with breath or emotion, but saturated with the stillness between heartbeats, a space where time doesn't pass so much as fold inward, and your awareness follows, not searching for something new, just sinking into what already exists beneath sensation. No need to find peace, just let it be found in you. Your pelvis is no longer a structure that must carry the day's weight. It's beginning to feel like ground itself, the place where things settle and stop striving, Not because there's nothing left to do, but because doing has finally stopped being required. Your body knows how to rest, even if your mind forgets sometimes. And right now, this breath, it is remembering for you. The muscles around the hip joints are loosening, not in waves, but in layers, like cloth slowly unweaving after years of holding tight, each layer revealing what was buried beneath tension. Warmth, softness, a kind of deep quiet that's always been there, waiting only to be uncovered by stillness. You don't need to clear it out or make sense of it. Just let the layers fall away one at a time. Not fast enough for you to notice each moment, but slow enough so your nervous system can catch up and say, yes, this is safe. I recognize this. Even if I haven't felt it in years. Your legs are no longer holding themselves apart. They're beginning to drift into the same space as one another, like two rivers that have finally stopped fighting their banks and begun flowing together, not merging completely, but sharing a common current where resistance has dissolved into continuity, and with that softening comes something else, an unspoken permission, not given by anyone, not earned, just allowed. The body is being trusted again, not to do anything special, but simply to be what it already is. A shape in bed, still breathing, no longer braced for impact or expectation. Your hips are beginning to let go of the need to stay upright, not collapsing, but releasing upward pressure as if your spine were finally saying, I don't have to hold you up anymore. Just lie here, be held, and so they sink into their own form, not falling, but arriving. The sacrum is no longer a point of tension. It's becoming part of the quiet architecture beneath you. Like stone that has stopped resisting rain and now lets it seep in slowly through cracks where there was once only resistance. And as your body stops fighting to stay balanced, stops trying to be ready for anything, you begin to feel something deeper than relaxation. A kind of return, not back to some past version of yourself, but into the raw fact that you are here, lying down, breathing in slow rhythm with what supports you. The air moves through your lungs without demand. No need to take another breath just because it's time. Just let each one come when the body says so. And if there is a pause, Let it be long. Let it stretch, not as absence, but as fullness. Your pelvis has stopped being an anchor for tension. It's becoming part of the landscape where stillness lives. Not through effort, but by simply stopping to move forward. The space between your legs feels less like separation now, and more like a kind of threshold. Not one you need to cross, just one that exists because there is no longer anything pressing toward it. You don't have to prepare or protect or perform. Just be. Let the bed hold what's been held too long by nerves and posture. And as your body yields into its own shape, without correction, without adjustment, the quiet begins to deepen, not in sound, but in substance, like a room that has stopped waiting for someone to enter and now simply exists in peace with itself. Your awareness is no longer trying to keep track of what's happening. It just rests where the breath ends and stillness begins. The edge between body and bed blurs, not merging, not disappearing, but softening into continuity. Like fabric worn thin by time and use, until there's no real difference anymore between one side and the other. You are neither fully inside nor outside your own skin. You're simply in the space where sensation slows enough to be felt as presence. And with that slowing comes a kind of weight, not heavy, not pressing, but deep like soil after rain, full without being burdened. Your pelvis is no longer shaped by fatigue or expectation. It's returning to what it knows how to do. Rest, not because you're tired, but because your nervous system has finally stopped scanning for danger and said, "The world is quiet now. I don't have to be on guard anymore." You can just stay here. And so you do, one breath at a time, one layer of tension unspooling without being named. No need to fix anything. No requirement to feel better or different. Just let your body return, not to the beginning, not to any version it used to be, but to this moment, exactly as it is. With all its softness and silence and stillness, the air around you isn't just moving, it's breathing too, in rhythm with what lies beneath, a slow pulse that doesn't demand response, but simply exists. Like the way trees breathe underground when no one watches, and your body begins to match that pace, not by trying, not by controlling, but by letting go of control altogether. Your legs are now part of this quiet exchange, no longer separate from each other or from the bed, just resting in a shared space where nothing needs to be done. And as you stay, without demand, without effort, the weight between your hips begins to feel less like pressure and more like belonging, not because something changed outside, but because inside, for the first time tonight, there's no need to fight what is happening. You are not breaking down. You're simply returning slowly, deeply, into a form that was always here, waiting only to be remembered by stillness. Your hips are beginning to yield, not as a surrender, but as an arrival. The space where your pelvis meets the mattress is no longer a frontier of resistance, but a quiet meeting place between body and support. You're not forcing anything into shape. You're simply allowing what's already there to be seen. And in that seeing, something shifts. The tightness around your sacrum loosens like old thread unraveling from a seam. It doesn't snap, it just unbinds. No sound, no gesture, just release, as if gravity has finally been given permission to do its work. Not to pull you down, but to hold you where you are. Your lower back is no longer pressing into the bed like it's trying to keep something upright. It's softening now, not collapsing, not giving way, but yielding in the way a tree bends during wind without breaking. Not because there's less force, but because the structure knows how to absorb rather than resist. And as your spine begins to follow that curve, the natural arc of rest, your entire backside becomes part of the bed's surface, one continuous plane. No separation between you and what holds you. You aren't lying on the mattress anymore. You're becoming a shape it has always known. Feel how the weight in your pelvis is changing. Not less, but different. It's not pressing into the world anymore. It's sinking into stillness. There's no intention behind this movement. Just the quiet letting go of effort that was never yours to carry. The muscles around your hips have been working for hours, maybe days, without permission, without pause, and now they're being invited to stop, not punished for having done their job, but thanked for it. And so they do, slowly, unsteadily at first, then with deeper certainty, like water finding its way through soil after a long drought. There's no rush, only depth. Your legs are still here, still part of you, but now the connection between them is shifting, not in space, but in sensation. They're beginning to feel less like limbs and more like parts of the same quiet field. No longer separate, no longer needing to be active or ready for anything. Just resting side by side in a shared kind of silence that doesn't require explanation. You don't have to do anything with them. They simply are. Oh, the area between your legs, once tight, once alert, is now just space, not empty, but full of something else. Not sensation, not tension, not need, just the soft absence of effort. A pause that isn't waiting for anything. A breathing in and out of stillness rather than action. Your body is no longer trying to keep things together. It's letting go of the idea that it must stay upright, or alert, or ready, and so it rests, not as an act of surrender, but as evidence that safety has arrived. The bed beneath you is not just supporting. You're becoming part of its rhythm. The way your body sinks in response to your breath. How the mattress gives a little more with each exhale isn't random. It's responsive. And so are you, no longer pushing, no longer resisting, but matching the slow pulse of what holds you. Not because you're trying to align, but because alignment has already happened without your knowing. Your hips aren't adjusting, they're remembering how to be held. Imagine if stillness had a texture. It wouldn't be smooth or cold. It would feel like wool after being left in sunlight for hours. Soft on the surface, warm underneath, not thick enough to weigh you down, but dense enough that every movement is slowed. And when you move your foot just slightly, not with intention, just because of breath, the resistance isn't friction, it's softness returning. The bed yields beneath you, not in surrender, but in care. Your buttocks are no longer clenched like a fist ready to strike. They're open, like the mouth of an old stone well that hasn't been used in years, but still holds the shape of water. They don't need to do anything, just exist in their own way. And with that existence comes quiet, not loud, not dramatic, but deep, as if something has finally stopped trying to be heard. Let your attention drift down, not toward a target, not to fix or analyze, but simply follow the feeling of weight spreading through your hips like ink absorbed by paper. No sharp lines, no boundaries, just an expansion into softness that doesn't demand anything back. You aren't entering this space, you're returning to it. After all these hours of holding on, you've come home to a version of yourself that didn't need permission to rest. It's not about relaxing in the way we think of, like pulling a muscle loose or releasing stress from a tight knot. This is deeper than that. It's about stopping the internal dialogue that says you must be ready, you must be alert, you must protect, and instead letting your body say, I don't have to, I'm not being asked to do anything right now, so I won't. The floor beneath the bed is still there, but it no longer needs to be guarded. You're not trying to keep balance anymore. There's no one coming, no threat approaching, no demand from tomorrow. The space under your body isn't a void waiting to collapse. It's just empty. Not because it lacks substance, but because nothing inside you is trying to fill it with fear or urgency. And as that truth settles in, your pelvis begins to feel less like an anchor and more like a center, like the hub of a wheel where everything else slows down. You don't have to steer, don't have to correct. Just let the quiet take hold, not by force, but by presence. It's happening now, not as a future promise, not as a distant hope, but here, in this breath, in this weight, in this softness of flesh meeting support. Your body isn't trying to escape the present. It's learning how to stay in it without needing anything to happen next. The muscles around your lower spine, those that have been tensing like wires under tension, are finally quiet. Not because they've been commanded, but because no signal comes back from the brain saying be ready. And so they stop responding, not out of weakness, but out of trust. And in that silence between muscle and nerve, a kind of stillness begins to grow, not as absence, but as presence. And if you notice it, if your attention flickers toward this moment, it's not because you're trying to stay awake. It's because something inside you is finally resting enough to be aware of itself. Not in a way that demands change or improvement, just the quiet recognition. This is what rest feels like when no one is watching. You don't need to remember how to do it. The body knows, and if it ever forgets again, tomorrow, next week, years from now, it will find this shape once more. Not because you've trained it, but because your nervous system has finally said, enough. I'm safe here. And so, the weight of your hips doesn't just rest on the bed. It rests in time itself. Not fast, not slow, just steady. Like a clock that has stopped ticking but still knows what hour it is. You aren't moving towards sleep. You're already there, in the space between breaths, between thoughts, between effort and ease. The air around you isn't changing. Your skin doesn't burn or tingle, but something deep inside, beneath sensation, beneath memory, is beginning to soften in a way that can't be seen. It's not visible, but it is felt, as if the body has finally stopped asking questions and begun listening instead. And so you stay, not because you're trying to, but because there's no reason left not to. Your hips are beginning to settle into the bed like sand sinking into a slow tide. Not forced, not rushed, just meeting the surface where pressure no longer demands resistance. The curve of your spine isn't fighting its shape anymore. There's no need to hold it straight or pull it back into position. It's allowed to be what it is. A gentle arc, not a signal, not a stance, just a contour that fits where you lie. And as that fit becomes familiar, something in the soft tissues beneath your pelvis lets go of the idea that they must brace against gravity. Not because gravity has changed, but because your body has remembered how to yield without falling. You don't need to lean into anything. There's no forward motion required. The bed holds you where you are, and for once, that's enough. The mattress isn't a surface you must conquer or adjust to. It's simply there, responding softly as your weight shifts minutely with each breath and in those micro movements. Tiny releases of pressure, subtle realignments. You feel something deeper than stillness, continuity, not the absence of movement, but the quiet certainty that you are held within a space where nothing has to be corrected. Your legs aren't tense against anything. They're not holding their position for fear of sliding off or collapsing into weakness. They're just lying there, long and loose, like limbs that have forgotten how to be in charge. And as the muscles in your thighs release their low-level hum, the quiet tension behind the knee, the slight stiffness at the hip joint, they begin to feel less like structures made for walking and more like things that can simply be, not ready for anything, just resting. The skin over your lower back has stopped monitoring every shift in temperature or pressure. It's no longer scanning for threat. There's no need to anticipate a sudden draft, a bump, a change in alignment. The surface beneath you is steady, and so is your awareness of it. Not alert, but present, like the way water doesn't notice itself flowing when it's in a calm stream, just moving without effort. This space between your vertebrae, those small gaps that have been braced tight all day, is no longer resisting compression. They're softening into their natural spacing, not because you've done anything to make them so, but because the nervous system has stopped sending messages like, be ready, stay sharp, don't let go. And without those signals, the joints relax, not with a snap or a release, but slowly, like water filling a bowl that's been sitting empty for years. Your breath is no longer something you're managing. It isn't being shaped by your will. It just happens, in and out, each one carrying less weight than the last, as if the air itself has grown lighter with every exhale. Not because the room is clearer, but because your body no longer feels like it needs to draw in more energy than it can handle. You're not trying to breathe deeply for effect. You're just breathing. And beneath that breath, the soft rhythm of circulation, blood moving through veins and capillaries without urgency. It's quiet now too. Not racing, not holding back, just flowing through the vessels of your pelvis, your lower spine, your hips, as if all the tiny tubes in your body are finally free to carry what they were made for. Not speed, not force, but gentle delivery. Like a stream moving through roots, carrying nutrients without fanfare. Your hands, once curled into fists or pressed flat against sheets, are now just lying where they fell. Fingers relaxed, palms open, not because you've decided to let go, but because there's no reason left to clench. Another, the muscles in your forearms have stopped anticipating movement. They're not preparing for lifting, riding, pushing. They're simply resting, like leaves that have dropped from a tree and are waiting to be carried by wind or soil. The space around you isn't silent. It has its own quiet sounds. The hum of electricity far away, the creak of an old house settling, a breath passing through walls. But none of it calls for response. There's no need to listen harder, to identify what's making noise. The room is not a place that demands attention. It simply exists, and so you don't have to watch over it. The ceiling above you isn't being studied or analyzed. It's just where your gaze drifts when it loses focus. And if you notice it, those faint cracks in the plaster, the shadow of a vent, you aren't trying to make sense of them. You're not measuring their shape or tracing their lines. They're just part of the background, like moss on stone, unimportant, but present. Your mind isn't racing through tasks or regrets. It's not replaying conversations or rehearsing tomorrow. It's simply here, in this moment where nothing needs to be fixed. And if a thought does arise, something about an email, a meeting, a name, it doesn't get held onto. It floats by like smoke. You don't push it away, but you also don't follow it. Just let it pass through the space between breaths. Your body isn't trying to be anything other than what it is in this instant, no longer needing to prove itself, no longer seeking approval from a self that's been demanding for years. It doesn't have to do anything anymore, not even stay awake, just to exist. This softness, this heaviness, this quiet meeting with the bed is enough. And in that stillness, not because you've achieved peace, but because there's no one left shouting at you from inside. It's possible now for your pelvis to feel like a point of calm rather than tension, not a place where effort is stored, but where everything slows down. The hips aren't holding on to past demands. They're not guarding against future ones. They're just here, in their own time, in their own way. You don't have to be alert. You don't need to stay awake for anything. This isn't a test of endurance. It's not about how long you can keep your body still. It's about what happens when you stop trying and the softness begins to spread, not from one place, but from many. The area just below your belly button, where tension used to pool like water in a cup. It's no longer full. There's space where there was once pressure, not because you've emptied it out, but because the signal has stopped. You must be ready, and without that command, the muscles relax, not into collapse, but into balance. Your backside. Those muscles beneath your hips are softening too, not flaccid, not weak, but free from their role as support structure. They don't have to hold you up anymore. The bed is doing it, and so they're allowed to stop working, just to be. There's a quiet in your nervous system now that isn't silence. It's listening, not searching for danger, not scanning for threats, but simply receiving what is. The weight of limbs, the warmth of breath, the feel of fabric against skin, the stillness under you, and with each passing moment, there's less need to respond. This isn't about stopping your thoughts or erasing your body. It's about letting go of the belief that you must always be on. That being present means staying sharp, awake, alert. But here, in this deep softening, presence is not effort, it's ease. And when ease becomes possible, rest doesn't have to arrive from outside. It can emerge from within. The space beneath your body, the floor, the foundation of the house hasn't changed. But now you don't need to know where it ends or whether it will hold, because your weight isn't asking for proof anymore. It's just there, and that's enough. You aren't trying to fix anything. You aren't even trying to relax in the way people mean when they say relax. This is not an act, not a performance. It's simply what happens when your body stops fighting its own nature. And as you sink deeper into the bed, not by effort, but by surrender, the surface begins to feel less like support and more like continuation. Like the mattress isn't holding you up, but becoming part of where you are. Your pelvis isn't rigid anymore. It's not a fortress or a shield. It's just a point of contact between your body and the world. And in that contact, there's no need to defend, no reason to brace, just quiet, steady connection. Your lower back is still meeting the mattress, yes, but the way it meets has changed. Not because you've moved or shifted your spine or consciously released anything, but because the pressure beneath you, this unspoken demand to stay upright, to be ready, has simply stopped being necessary. And so, the muscles that held tension there begin to loosen, not as a decision, but as a release, like water seeping through soil after rain, finding its own level. Your pelvis isn't trying to anchor anything anymore. It's not holding position against an invisible force. It's just resting in the shape of what feels true right now. And that shape is not one of effort. It's one of quiet arrival, the space where your hips meet the bed. There's a softening there, like clay left out after a storm. no longer hard from use, no longer shaped by tension or expectation, just yielding to gravity with no resistance. You don't have to be strong here. You aren't being tested. And so the body begins to let go of its old habit, the need to prove it can carry more than it's meant to. The backside, those deep muscles along your sit bones, isn't pushing upward anymore. It's not holding onto a posture that no longer serves. It's just allowing itself to be folded into the surface beneath, like fabric settling after being stretched too long. There's a kind of silence in that stillness, not emptiness, but presence, fullness without noise. Imagine your pelvis as a bowl, not one meant to hold water or carry weight, but one shaped by years of standing, of sitting, of preparing, and now, for the first time in a long while, it's empty. Not because you've emptied it yourself, but because no force is asking it to contain anything anymore. So the edges soften. The rim doesn't have to stay tight. The bowl can just be. And with that softening comes a deeper release along your lower spine, like warm wax melting slowly down, not rushing, not breaking free all at once, just dissolving into stillness. Your legs are heavy in their own way, not dead weight, not lifeless, but full of presence. The backs of your thighs are no longer taut from sitting too long or preparing to move. They're simply resting, like roots sinking into damp earth. And even your knees, those small joints that often carry invisible stress, are softening now, not giving in, but letting go of their role as levers, supports, braces for what might come. They don't have to be ready. They can just be bent, relaxed, held by the bed. Your feet, you may notice them at the edge of your awareness, toes curled slightly from the day's demands, not in pain, but in memory, a habit of tension that hasn't let go. And now, slowly, without urgency, those tiny muscles begin to unclench, like fingers loosening after holding a pencil too long. No need to write anymore. No one waiting for your response. So the toes spread gently against the fabric beneath them, not pushing down, but just resting, as if they've remembered how to be weightless. Your belly, just below the navel, isn't tense, isn't hollow with worry or pressure. It's simply breathing, rising and falling, not because you're trying to control it, but because your body is allowed to breathe again. No longer a battlefield of stress hormones, a fear that something will happen if you stop. Just soft tissue moving gently with the rhythm of life, expanding slightly on the inhale, releasing without resistance on the exhale. And in that movement, there's no demand for anything different. Your hands are open now, not because you've decided to let go, but because they're no longer needed to grip or hold on. Fingers aren't curled into fists from mental effort. They're just lying on your body as if the arms have finally trusted the bed enough to stop bearing their own weight. And in that openness, there's a kind of surrender, not defeat, but trust. Like two small boats drifting after being tied too tightly all day. Now free to rest wherever the current takes them. The area behind your shoulders, the space between shoulder blades, isn't clenched anymore. Those muscles that used to lift and pull against fatigue are finally quiet, not because you've stretched or corrected posture, but because the need to stay alert has faded, so they sink downward into themselves, like stones falling through water toward a deep, still bottom, no longer trying to hold your body upright, just letting go of their own job. There's warmth spreading from your core, not heat that burns, not pressure that demands attention, just a steady, quiet presence, like sunlight on stone after rain. It doesn't ask for anything, it simply is. And because it's allowed to be without demand or judgment, the nerves in your lower back begin to unspool, slowly, like thread pulled from an old needle, not rushed, not forced, just coming undone by its own weight over time. Your spine isn't straightening, but it's no longer fighting itself either. Each vertebra is resting into its natural curve. Not because you're fixing alignment, but because the tension that once kept them locked in place has dissolved. So your lower back softens into the mattress, not as a surrender, but as a return to where your body was always meant to be, grounded, supported, held. The air around you is still. No wind, no vibration from outside, just silence with depth. And that silence isn't empty. It's full of what's real. The weight of the room on the walls, the hum of the house settling in its bones, the faint sound of your own breath moving through quiet space, not loud enough to disturb you, just present enough to remind you this is where you are. And here, being still isn't failure. It's a form of belonging. There's no need to reach for anything now. No task left undone. No thought that must be resolved. The mind doesn't have to do its usual job, running ahead, planning, reviewing, rehearsing. It can just rest in this moment, not because it has finished everything, but because nothing needs finishing anymore. And so, the nervous system begins to shift, not with a jump or a burst, but like water finding its own level over hours. Your pelvis isn't holding anything now. Not your past, not your future, not even your identity as someone who's been tired too long. It's just a point of contact between body and bed, between stillness and motion, between effort and ease. And in that simplicity, there's peace. Not because you've solved anything, but because the need to solve has stopped. The weight of your lower back is no longer something to manage. It's simply part of where you are, like a tree rooted into soil, not striving to grow upward, just being deep in the ground, steady in its place. And as that feeling spreads through your hips, down through your legs, out to your feet, there's less need to brace against anything, because nothing is asking you to move. You aren't trying to fall asleep. Not yet. But something inside begins to drift, like a leaf caught in the slow current of a stream. No direction, no urgency, just carried by what already exists. And as that movement happens, your body settles deeper not into sleep, but into itself, where rest isn't earned, it's simply allowed. The space beneath you, the floor, the foundation, isn't asking for proof anymore. You don't have to know if it will hold, because your weight doesn't demand anything from it now. It just rests there, like a stone on water, not sinking, not rising, just being. And in that quiet, unspoken agreement between body and ground, there's no need to resist, only to be. You don't have to be awake for this. You don't even have to stay with the sensation. It can drift away or return. But whatever happens next, your pelvis remains soft, not because of any effort, but because the body has finally stopped fighting itself. And in that stillness, where no one is shouting anymore, the nervous system begins its quiet work, not fixing, not healing, just remembering how to rest. And so you are here, not as a person who must do something, but simply as someone who exists, with breath, with weight, with warmth, and the bed holds you, not because it's strong, but because it knows what it is, a place of arrival. Your pelvis is no longer a fortress, it's a threshold, where the body lets go of its own demands, and what remains isn't effort, but presence. The softness in your hips doesn't mean collapse. It means release into the shape that already holds you. Like a river bending around stone, not because it's weak, but because it knows how to flow. The bones beneath the skin are no longer bracing against imagined pressure. They're simply resting, held by gravity, cradled by the bed, supported by the quiet weight of things that don't need to prove anything. You aren't forcing stillness. You're allowing it, like a hand uncurling after hours of gripping, not because strength is gone, but because resistance has been dropped. And in that letting go, something deeper begins. Not a shift, but a return, as if the body remembers what it was built for, not to endure, but to rest. Your lower back no longer needs to be firm. It's allowed to soften, not into nothingness, but into continuity with the floor, with the mattress, with your own breath. And that softening is not passive, It's a kind of listening to what the body has been trying to say all night. The pelvis isn't empty now. It's full of quiet memory of sitting after long walks, lying in sunlit rooms, sleeping through storms without waking. Those moments aren't erased. They're just waiting for you to return. And this is how, by settling into the space between breaths, where time slows, not because it stops, but because it no longer needs to be measured. Your legs are no longer coiled like springs. They're unspooling slowly, without force. Each muscle fiber relaxing in its own time, as if remembering that rest is not a reward, but the natural state of being grounded. The feet, still tucked beneath you, aren't pushing against anything now. They're just there, with their own way, their own shape, like roots finding soil after seasons of drought. And though no one asked them to grow, they don't need permission to be. Your spine isn't trying to hold itself up anymore. It's letting gravity do its work, each vertebra sinking gently into alignment, not through effort, but through surrender, as if the body finally trusts that stability doesn't come from tension, but from softness. There's a quiet kind of listening happening now, not in your ears, but in your bones, like the house settling after wind, like water finding its level in an old well. You don't have to hear it. You just are part of it. And that awareness isn't active. It's passive, like warmth spreading through cloth left in sunlight. The air around you is thick with stillness, but not cold. It holds your breath between cycles, like a space that remembers every sigh, every pause, every moment when you stopped trying to be somewhere else. You aren't moving towards sleep. And yet, something inside begins to loosen, like the final knot in a rope, untied after hours of holding, not with a snap, but slowly, quietly, as if it knew it was time. Your hips are no longer tight against the bed. They're blending into it, not merging, but meeting like two surfaces that have been waiting to know each other without resistance. And in that meeting, there's no need for control, only acceptance of what is. The weight you carry isn't gone, but it's changed. It's no longer a burden. It's just part of the shape your body has come to, like the curve of a riverbank, shaped by water over time. Not because it was forced, but because it yielded. And in that yielding, there is strength. Your lower back isn't resisting now. It's resting, not against pain, not against fatigue, just against the idea that you must be ready, that you must perform, that you must stay alert. But here, there's no one to impress, no role to play, only this, your body in its own time, becoming still. The muscles around your pelvis are softening like dough left too long on a counter. No longer tense with intention, just quiet and pliable, as if they've remembered what it means to be shaped not by stress, but by rest. Your legs aren't stiff. They're yielding, slowly, like soil giving way under roots that have been waiting for years. And though nothing moves outward, something deep within shifts, a release not of effort, but of holding. The space beneath you is no longer a surface to be tested. It's become a presence, something solid that doesn't demand anything from you, just holds like the ground holds trees without needing thanks. You don't need to prove your body is safe, because it already knows, and in knowing, it stops fighting, not with anger, but with surrender, like a door finally left open after months of being locked. Letting air in without resistance. Your pelvis isn't trying to protect you anymore. It's just here, part of the whole, not separate from your breath, your spine, your feet, all connected by silence. And that silence isn't absence, it's fullness of what has always been true. You aren't falling asleep, but something inside begins to drift, not toward unconsciousness, but toward a deeper kind of awareness. One where the body is not a problem to be solved, but a place to belong. Your hips are no longer closed off. They're open, not wide, not relaxed in some forced way, just open like a door that's been left ajar after someone walks through. And now it stays because there's no need to close again. The sensation of softness isn't fading, it's deepening, like heat spreading from the center of stone into surrounding earth. Not fast, but steady, as if your body is remembering how to be still without forgetting itself. Your spine curves gently now, not in effort, but in surrender. Each curve aligning not because you instructed it, but because it no longer has to fight. And that alignment isn't perfect. It's just honest. Like a tree growing not straight toward light, but where the wind has shaped its branches over time. There's no need for correction here, only continuity, only being without demand, without judgment, just presence. Your lower back is no longer holding tension. It's just resting. And in that rest, there's a kind of truth. You don't have to be strong. Not now. Not ever. If strength were needed, your body would already know how to do it. But what's happening now isn't failure. It's completion of the night's effort, of the day's endurance, of the mind's endless motion. And so, this softness is not weakness, It's a kind of clarity, like fog lifting in slow light, where nothing needs to be hidden because no one is watching, only silence and weight and warmth and breath. Your pelvis isn't resisting, it's allowing. The bed beneath you isn't holding you up, it's letting you fall into place, like a stone sinking slowly through water, not toward the bottom, but simply becoming part of where it belongs. And in that falling, not down, but inward, there's no need to catch yourself, because there is nothing left to catch. Only this. Your body finally at ease, and the space around you still thick with quiet, full with what is real, not something to be fixed, just something to be. You aren't trying to change anything, but something has changed, quietly, deeply, without a sound, like roots growing in dark soil, unseen, unheard, yet certain. And so the pelvis, soft and open, becomes less an organ of tension and more a center of peace, where breath is not forced, where weight isn't fought, where stillness is not feared, but known. There's no need to return from this place, because you've never left it, only forgotten how to be here. And now, slowly, without effort, the body begins to remember, not with memory, but with sensation, with feeling, with what happens when resistance finally stops. Your hips are no longer a barrier. They're a bridge between breath and ground, between past and present, between motion and rest. And crossing it doesn't require strength, only stillness. The lower back isn't rigid anymore. It's yielding. like cloth soaked in rain, heavy but soft, not broken, just real. And as you sink deeper, not into sleep, but into the body itself, there's no longer a separation between you and what is beneath you. Only continuity, only belonging. You don't have to be anything or do anything or think anything. You simply are in this moment with your pelvis softening, your spine aligned, your legs uncoiled, your feet grounded, your breath slow, and the bed holding you not as a surface, but as a presence, and that presence doesn't speak. It just is, and so do you. There's no need to wake up. There is no need to return, because this isn't. Your pelvis is not just softening. It's beginning to breathe, not with lungs or diaphragm, but as a quiet pulse within the hollow of your body, like water moving slowly beneath a still surface, a rhythm that doesn't require you to notice it, only to let it be. And when you do, there's no effort in it, just a slow release from inside out, as if gravity has finally found its way into the shape of your bones. The low back is not holding itself up anymore. It's letting go, not by collapsing, but by becoming like clay that settles after being shaped, still retaining its form, but no longer resisting the weight it carries. And in this letting go, there's a kind of clarity. You're not falling. You're simply returning to where your body has always known how to be. Not upright, not tense, not guarding, but here, fully present, with no demand for performance. Your hips aren't open because you willed them to be. They've relaxed into the curve of the mattress beneath them, like roots finding their way through soil. Unhurried, unforced, not seeking anything beyond this moment. Just receiving what's already there, the shape of your body, the support of the bed, the weight of time passing without a sound. And that weight isn't crushing you. It's holding you like an old coat left on a chair after someone has gone. Not worn out, not discarded, just quietly waiting for its person to come back and rest again. You don't have to earn it. You're already inside it. Your legs are no longer clenched at the knees. They've softened into the bed like warm metal cooling slowly after being heated. Not rigid with tension, not braced against imagined motion, just resting where they fall. And in that stillness, there's a quiet hum, not of energy, but of presence, like air moving through a room at night when no one is home. Not empty, just full with what remains. The space between your legs isn't closed anymore. It's not open either, just released, like a door left ajar by someone who didn't need to come back through it. And in that release, there's no shame, no urgency, only the slow unfolding of a shape that has been held too long. A space that once felt tight with expectation now simply exists as part of you, not needing explanation, not requiring action. Your breath isn't getting deeper because you're trying to make it so. It's just settling. Like water finding its level after being disturbed by footsteps. The air moves in and out without resistance, without effort. And every exhalation carries away a little of the day's weight, not in grand gestures, but in small, quiet dissolutions, as if your body is slowly releasing something it didn't even know was held. You're not breathing into your belly. You're just allowing it to rise and fall with its own rhythm, like a wave that doesn't need you to guide it. Just stay on the shore and watch. And in that watching, there's no demand for change. Light paced for his Stapstashley. Wet ice. How they feel of what has already happened. The small muscles around your eyes, the ones that tense when you're thinking too hard, are softening now. Not because you told them to, But because the mind is finally quiet enough to let go, and in that softness, there's no tension in the forehead, no tightness behind the ears, just a kind of stillness that spreads through your skull like warmth from sunlight on stone. Your jaw isn't clenched anymore. It's not smiling. There's no need for expression, but it's relaxed. The teeth aren't pressed together. The tongue isn't pushing against them. The space inside is open, like a door left open after someone walked through and didn't come back out. And now it stays that way, not because of choice, but because there's no reason to close again. Your hands are not gripping anything. They're just resting on your body. Palms up, fingers gently curved, like something waiting for nothing. But still there, full with possibility. No need to use them. No demand to act. Just being, with the skin warm and soft from the slow release of tension. You don't have to be aware of any one part anymore. Not your breath, not your hips, not your feet. But if you notice them, it's not because you're searching. It's because they've already become quiet enough to feel like a sound that doesn't need to be heard loudly to exist. The bed isn't beneath you anymore. It's with you, not holding you up, but cradling you in the same way. Gravity holds all things close without effort, and your body is not resisting it. It's just letting itself fall into alignment with where it belongs. Like a stone settling into riverbed mud, not because it wants to be there, but because there's nowhere else it can go that feels more like home. The air around you isn't cold or still. It's soft, thick with the weight of silence. Not empty, not loud, just full with what is real. And in this quiet, your body doesn't need to prove anything. Doesn't have to be alert, awake, sharp. Just present, like a tree that grows without knowing it's growing. You aren't doing this for anyone else. Not even for yourself. There's no goal, no achievement, no better or more. Just the slow unspooling of tension, one breath at a time. And in that process, you're not fixing anything. You're simply allowing what is to be as it is. The pelvis isn't resisting anymore. It's not fighting its shape, not trying to correct itself. Just letting go into the curve of your own being, like a river finding its bed after years of wandering. No longer searching, no longer striving, but just flowing where it's meant to be. And that flow isn't fast. It doesn't need to be. It's not rushing toward anything, just moving through the body with quiet persistence, like roots growing in darkness, not seeking light, but simply being, knowing their way without needing to see it. Your spine is no longer a column of effort. It's just a line of soft connection between your pelvis and your chest. Each vertebra not holding itself up, but resting on the one below, like beads on a string that are finally free from tension. Not fixed in place, but aligned by gravity alone. And there's no need to do anything with it. No need to straighten or lift or tighten. Just let it be. A quiet curve of flesh and bone, held not by will, but by surrender. The space between your ribs isn't tight anymore. It's open. Not wide, not forced, just present. Like a room where no one is speaking, but the silence speaks for itself. And in that openness, there's no fear of emptiness. Only fullness with what already exists. Your breath isn't trying to be deep. It's just long enough to carry away a little more of the day's residue. Not in big waves, but in tiny ripples. Like water, smoothing over stones after rain, softening edges you didn't even know were sharp. And if you feel your body shift slightly on the bed, don't hold it still. Just let it happen. Let it settle into whatever position feels true, because there's no wrong way to be here, only what is. Your feet aren't pressing into anything. They're not curled or tense. The soles are just flat against the surface, like leaves resting on soil. Not clinging, not resisting, just being where they are. And in that stillness, there's no need to move. No need to think about walking. Just this, the weight of your body held by the bed, held by gravity, held by time itself. You don't have to be strong. You don't have to survive anything. You just have to be in this moment, in this shape, with this breath, and that's enough. Not because it's perfect, but because it's real, because you're here, and the body is finally letting go of what it was never meant to carry. And now, as the air settles around you like a blanket, as your muscles release one by one into their natural state, as your mind no longer reaches for tomorrow or replays, your hips are no longer locked against the mattress. There's a softness now where tension used to live, like soil after rain begins to breathe again. Not rushed, not forced into shape, just yielding, slowly, quietly, as if your pelvis has remembered what it means to be supported, not required. You're not holding yourself together anymore. You're being held by the bed beneath you, by gravity, by time itself. And that support isn't something you earn. It's simply available, like air in a room where no one is arguing, just waiting, just existing. Your lower back still feels the weight of all those hours standing upright, eyes scanning for danger, shoulders tense with readiness. But now, as the bat bite torn, breath deepens again, not seeking depth, but finding it naturally. Something shifts. The muscles along the spine begin to unknit, like threads in a sweater that were pulled too tight through winter. Now, finally, they're allowed to relax into their original weave. No need to repair them. Just let them return to what they already know. And your pelvis, it's not surrendering. It's remembering. The curve of your hips is not broken. It's not wrong. It's simply been under pressure for so long that it forgot how to rest in its own form, like a riverbed shaped by years of flow, but then dammed for decades. Now, slowly, water begins to fill again, not overflowing, not demanding attention, just filling the space where it belongs. And as it does, the walls of your body feel less like defenses and more like containers, holding warmth, holding stillness, holding you home. There's no need to flatten or lift or tighten. No need to fix anything. Just let the shape be a natural hollow, a quiet cradle for what is tired. Your legs are not stiff. They're not resisting their own weight. They've given up on trying to stay ready. And in that letting go, there's a softness spreading from your hips down through the backs of your thighs, like moss growing under a stone that's no longer being pushed aside. Slow, quiet, persistent, not loud about it, just showing up, quietly claiming space. Your feet are still flat on the surface, not gripping anything, not trying to push off. They're simply resting, like stones in a stream, worn smooth by time and water, not striving to be anywhere else, just being where they are. And that's enough. No demand for motion. No need to stand again. You can stay here, on this bed, in this body, with these breaths, without needing to explain it. Your pelvis isn't trying to protect anything now. It's not bracing against a future threat or holding back from collapse. It's not afraid of softness. It knows what it means to be held. And so, as the air settles again around you, like warm dust after rain, there's no need for you to move. No demand for effort. Just this. Your body is no longer in a state of readiness. It's in a state of return. Returning to itself. Not to an idealized version, but to what has always been true beneath all the noise. And that truth isn't loud. It doesn't shout from the rooftops. It speaks only through stillness, through release, through the quiet acceptance of shape, of weight, of gravity being your partner instead of your enemy. There's no need to do more than be here. Not even to breathe deeply or hold long. Just let each breath unfold as it wants, slow and steady, like a candle burning without flicker, not fighting the wind, not trying to stay upright, just existing in its own rhythm. And when you feel your hips sink slightly deeper into the mattress, don't correct it. Don't pull up or adjust. Just notice how that sinking feels, like a stone settling gently into mud, not falling, but being received. There's no urgency, no fear of going too deep, because you're not going anywhere. You're staying right here in this body with this breath in the pelvis. It isn't shrinking or shrinking back. It's softening, like wax that has been warmed by sun but not melted away. Still solid, still present, but no longer rigid, no longer resisting its own nature. Your lower back is not tense anymore, not trying to hold itself up, not fighting gravity, just letting the curve return slowly, without demand, as if it's remembering what it felt like to be supported by muscle and bone that don't have to prove anything. There's a quietness spreading through you now, not from silence alone, but from the absence of effort. Every muscle fiber loosening in its own time, no one rushing ahead, just each part letting go on its own schedule. Your abdomen isn't clenched against stress anymore. It's soft, not hollow, not empty, but full with a kind of stillness that doesn't need to be filled. Like a room left untouched for days, dust falling gently through air that hasn't moved in weeks. No one comes in, nothing changes, and yet the space is complete because it's allowed to simply exist. Your breath isn't trying to fix anything. It's just there, moving through you like water through a quiet channel, not speeding up or slowing down, just flowing where it wants. And when you feel your pelvis shift ever so slightly, not from effort, but from release, the bed yields under you. The mattress gives way in gentle response, as if it understands as if it's been waiting for this moment too, to hold what has been held back for so long. No need to be strong now. No need to carry anything. Just let your hips soften into their natural shape, like a bowl holding water without needing to be poured into. And in that softening, there's no shame, no guilt over being tired, no judgment for not being ready. Just this. You are here. You're breathing. The body is settling. And with each breath, something releases. Something small, unnoticed before. A thread of tension unwound from deep in the pelvis. Like a knot that was tied so long ago, it's forgotten its own name. Now undone. Not because you pulled it loose, but because you stopped fighting against it. And your body is no longer holding itself together with willpower. It's being held by something older, deeper, by gravity, by time, by stillness. The weight of your hips is no longer a burden. It's simply part of the whole, like roots that don't need to reach for soil because they're already in it. And as you lie here, with your pelvis finally resting into its own shape, not trying to be more or less, just being what it is. There's a kind of peace that isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It simply arrives, like warmth spreading through cold stone after sunrise. Quiet, slow, inevitable. It's not waiting for tomorrow. It's not replaying anything. It's only here in this shape, with this breath, and as the air fills you again, softly, without force, the pelvis softens further, like a hand that finally unclenches after holding something too tightly for years, not because of will, but because there's no reason to keep holding. And so it lets go, slowly, quietly, completely, and in that letting go, the body isn't broken, it's whole again, not repaired, just restored, returned to its own rhythm. Your lower back is not tense anymore, not fighting against gravity, not resisting being held, just lying there, resting, like a branch after rain has eased its weight into soil, no longer strained, no longer afraid of bending, just being what it's meant to be. And as you breathe in again, longer than before, you don't have to push it deeper. It finds depth on its own, like water flowing through stone that has been softened by time, not forced, but allowed. And when your hips sink a little more into the bed, not from effort, but from surrender, the mattress responds, not with resistance, but with acceptance, as if it's saying, I've waited for this moment too. And you don't need to say anything back. No words needed. Just this quiet exchange between body and surface. One that has been happening all along. Only now you're aware of it. And in being aware, there's no demand. No goal, just presence, like a tree whose roots have finally stopped searching for water, because they've already found it deep beneath the soil, unseen but certain. Your pelvis isn't trying to be anything else. It doesn't need permission. It simply is. And that is enough. More than enough. Because you are not doing this for any reason other than being here in this body with this breath. And as the air settles around you, thick, quiet, still, there's no longer a sense of time passing. Only now. Only what is. And your hips, they're no longer bracing. Hey, you are here. The pelvis no longer holds itself apart from the bed. It has stopped trying to be upright or alert or ready, and so it folds into the curve of support beneath it, not collapsing, not giving in, but yielding like a river that finds its level after long resistance. There is no urgency in this softening, no signal sent outward, no effort made visible, just a quiet surrender to what has always been true. That gravity does not ask permission to hold you, and the ground does not require proof of your worth before accepting your weight. You are not being carried. You are simply being received by the mattress, by the floor, by the slow rhythm of night that breathes beneath all things. Your hips settle deeper, not because they were forced down, but because the tension has dissolved like salt in water. And now, there is no resistance to hold them up. Notice how your pelvis no longer lifts toward a future moment, not toward rising, not toward action, not even toward feeling relief. It rests where it lands, and that landing is enough. The small muscles around your sacrum release their grip. They were holding on so tightly for so long, not from fear of falling, but because they believed the body needed to be ready at any second to brace itself against something unseen, unknown, unspoken. But now, there's no need, because nothing is coming. The space between your hips and the bed grows softer, like a fold in fabric that has been pressed for years, and finally allowed to breathe again. You are not fixing anything, not reshaping or repositioning, just allowing what was already there, the shape of rest, to emerge without demand. Your lower back no longer feels like a wall. It is not guarding, not resisting, not tensing against the pull of gravity. Instead, there's an ease in its curve, a natural arc that has always been present beneath all effort. And now you feel it, not as something to manage, but as part of your body's own quiet language. The breath moves through you more deeply than before, not because you are forcing it, but because the space inside is open. Your belly softens not in surrender, but in recognition that there was never a reason to be clenched. only habit, only years of being on alert, of waiting for the next demand, the next sound, the next shift that might require you to stand. But tonight, there is no demand, and so your body relaxes into its own truth. Not as a victory, not as an achievement, but as something ancient and inevitable. Like roots deepening in soil long before there was wind or rain or light. You are not doing this for anyone. No one needs to know how you let go. No record is kept of your softness. And yet, this moment still matters. Because it is real, because it belongs to the body's own wisdom, which does not speak in words, but in release. The pelvis settles more completely now, not by effort, but because there is nothing left to fight. Your hips are no longer a barrier between you and rest. They are simply part of your whole, of your shape on the bed. And that shape is not wrong, nor incomplete. It is exactly how gravity holds you when you stop resisting. Notice how the weight begins to feel different now. Not heavy, but held. Not burdensome, but supported. The mattress responds by giving back its own softness. A quiet exchange. Your body gives up resistance, and in return, its surface gives shape to your form. No adjustment needed, nothing added or removed, just being. There is no need for a deeper breath, because the breath is already deep enough. It doesn't have to go further. It only has to be allowed, and when it stays where it is, the belly rising gently, the chest soft, that is all that's required. Your legs are not stiff anymore. They lie as they were meant to. Open, loose, unguarded. The inner thighs release their tightness without a sound. No one hears this change, but your body does, and in knowing it, there's no need to speak. Just let the space between your knees soften into silence. Your feet, those distant points of tension, are finally allowed to rest. Not on the floor, but in stillness above it. The arches relax, the toes uncurl without direction. They do not need to be straight or strong. They only need to be here. And so, There's no task left for your lower body, no role to play, no posture to maintain. Only the quiet truth that you belong in this moment, as you are, with your pelvis settled into its own place, your spine not rigid but curved with ease, your breath not forced but present, and your body not repairing itself, just remembering how it feels when no one is watching. The night has become a kind of slow language, one that speaks through stillness, through weight, through the absence of motion. You are learning to listen, not by trying to understand, but by allowing yourself to be understood in return. By your body, by your bed, by what lies beneath all sound. There is no separation between you and where you lie. The boundaries blur like mist spreading across a field at dawn. Your hips don't belong on the mattress anymore. They are part of it, not as invaders, not as guests, but as something that has always belonged, and now, finally, remembered. You are not trying to get somewhere else. No destination beyond this breath, this shape, this quiet. There is no need to return to yourself, because you've never left, only been asleep in the middle of being present. The pelvis rests without apology, not because it's earned rest, but because rest is its nature. And now, after so long holding itself together with willpower and fear, it can simply let go, like a stone sinking through water that no longer resists. You do not have to believe in this softening. You only have to feel it. And when you do, there's no demand for proof. No need to name what is happening. Just the quiet sensation of your body folding into its own shape, with no one watching, no one waiting, no one asking for anything. The lower back breathes now, not with effort, but because the space around it has opened, and air moves through the folds and curves where tension once lived, not healing, just returning to a state that was always possible if only you had stopped fighting long enough to notice. Your body is not broken. It's just been carrying something for far too long. Something that wasn't yours to carry, but now it is released, and in its place, there is space, a deep, warm hollow where softness can settle without shame. You are not being undone. You are being restored to your original alignment, not a new version of you, but the same one finally allowed to rest, without conditions, without expectations, without performance. The pelvis no longer lifts toward effort or achievement. It simply lies, softly, deeply, where gravity has always wanted it to be. And the bed holds it not as a burden, but as a welcome, a place of belonging, not because you are worthy, but because you are here, and that is enough. There is no need for motion, no need to shift or adjust or reach. Just this, your body resting in its own form, your hips softening into the curve beneath them, your spine accepting the weight without resistance, and every breath longer than before, not because you made it so, but because there's room. The air fills you now, not with force, but with permission. You are allowed to be here, with your pelvis open and relaxed, with your legs resting in their natural state, with your body no longer bracing against a future that never comes, just breathing, just being, just held by something older than thought, deeper than memory. And as you lie there, the space between breaths grows softer, not empty, but full of stillness, like the pause between two waves on a quiet shore. No need to fill it, no demand to move forward. Just this, the body resting in its own depth, without needing to rise again. For now, there is no reason to. The night holds you, and your pelvis sinks deeper into the bed, not because of will, but because there's nothing left to fight. Only rest, only surrender, only the quiet truth that you are home, exactly as you are. You are held now, not by hands, not by force, but by the quiet gravity of being exactly where you belong. The weight of your pelvis is no longer a burden carried across days. It has settled into its own truth, like soil that finally receives rain after drought. No effort to hold it steady, no pressure to keep it aligned with something imagined or demanded. It simply is. And in that being, the spine begins to soften where it meets the curve of your hips. Not a collapse, but a release so deep it feels like memory returning. The bones don't shift. They remember how to rest. The air moves through you differently now, less as oxygen then as permission. You do not inhale to prepare for something ahead. You breathe because the space inside is open enough that breath can pass through without resistance. And when it does, there is no need to measure its depth or timing. It comes in naturally, like water flowing into a basin, shaped by time and gravity alone. Your legs, those long limbs that once carried you from one task to another, are not tired anymore. They are simply still. The muscles along the back of your thighs release their grip on readiness. There's no urge to rise, no phantom call to step forward. Your feet lie flat against the mattress as if they've forgotten how to move. Only now they remember what it means to be anchored in place without having to earn it. The space beneath you. The bed is not a surface that holds your body like a stage supports an actor. It is something older, slower, more patient. A quiet floor of acceptance. You do not need to prove yourself worthy of its support. The mattress yields just enough, not too much, not too little. Exactly as it always has, even when you weren't paying attention. And now, finally, you are. You are allowed to be heavy, not because you've done anything deserving, but simply because your body is made for this kind of weight. It is meant to settle, to sink, to rest in its own form without apology or explanation. The softness spreading through your pelvis isn't weakness, it's alignment. A return to the shape that was always possible. If only you had stopped trying so hard to be something else. There's a warmth gathering where your hips meet the bed. Not heat from effort, but stillness radiating inward, like sunlight pressing gently into stone after long nights of cold. It doesn't demand anything in return. It simply stays. And as it does, the edges between body and surface blur again. No longer two things touching, but one continuous field of quiet presence. your lower back has stopped fighting its own curve. It no longer resists being pressed into the mattress like a door held closed against a storm. Instead, it lets go, not in defeat, but in surrender to gravity's gentle insistence. You were meant to be here. The vertebrae rest not stacked in tension, but softly aligned as if they've been waiting all along for someone to finally stop telling them how to stand. There is no need to think about what comes next. No call to prepare. No future pressing forward like a hand on your shoulder. You are not being asked to arrive anywhere, only to be here, fully, without condition. The breath doesn't deepen because you want it to. It deepens because the space within you has opened enough that air can move through freely, as if returning from exile. You do not need to watch for signs of progress. There's no checklist, no milestone to mark. This is not a journey toward a destination, but a letting go into what already exists beneath effort and intention. The body knows how to rest when it's safe, and you are safe now. Not because everything is resolved, but because your nervous system has begun to believe that safety is possible. The quiet in the room isn't empty. It's full of stillness, like a forest just after rain, where every leaf holds its breath and nothing needs to be said. The walls don't watch you. They simply hold the shape of the space without judgment. The ceiling doesn't demand anything from your gaze. You can let your eyes stay closed or drift slowly open. Your attention is free to wander or dissolve into silence. There's no need to find meaning in this moment. No need to extract a lesson. No reason to name it. It simply is. And that is enough. Your hips are not relaxing because you've earned the right, but because they have finally stopped trying so hard to keep everything together. Attention wasn't holding your body up. It was keeping it from letting go. Now, without that effort, there's space for something older than strength. Surrender. Not defeat, but a kind of return. You are not being undone. You are being returned. Like a book placed gently back on the shelf after years lost in another room. Not changed, just found again. The softness spreads not outward like ripples, but inward, deeper into your core, where movement used to be measured by tension and effort. Now, it's measured only by release. How much you can let go without fear of falling apart. And you're not falling. Your body is learning what it means to stay. Your spine isn't straightening. It's softening in its natural curve. It doesn't need to be perfect, nor does it need approval from anyone watching. It just is, and that is enough. The air fills your lungs now, not with force or urgency, but like water finding the lowest point on a map. You don't have to guide it. There's no demand for breath to be long or deep. It simply flows in and out, naturally, without resistance, because there is nothing left to resist. Your pelvis isn't just resting. It's remembering how to belong. Not as something that has been repaired, but as something that never left home. The bed holds you not because of your worth, but because it knows what the body needs. Stillness, weight, continuity. You do not have to do anything now. Only be. Only allow yourself to be held by this moment. Not for long, not forever, but right here, in this breath, in this shape, in this space between thoughts where nothing is expected and everything is allowed. The night doesn't ask you to wake up or stay awake. It simply holds you like a hand over a flame that has already burned down into embers, warm, quiet, without need for more light. And as the softness settles deeper still, your body begins to fold not inward in retreat, but outward into itself, like petals closing at dusk after holding open all day. Not because it's tired, but because now, finally, there's no reason not to close. A quiet gathering in the bones, slow as sap rising through bark after winter's silence. The space beneath your hips isn't hollow. It's full of what has been waiting. The softness that never left, only paused, not a thing to be earned or regained, just something that was always there, like gravity underfoot, unseen until you stop resisting it. Your pelvis is not surrendering. It's coming home to its own shape, no longer shaped by fear of collapse, but by trust and support. The bed holds you as it has always held things that belong, quietly, without asking for anything back. Your spine isn't straightening because you've decided to fix it. No decision is needed. It's simply unwinding from the tight coil of vigilance, like a spring released after months of being wound too far. The curve at your lower back isn't collapsing, it's breathing out. You can feel how the vertebrae settle one by one, not into alignment, but into ease. No need to adjust them. No effort required to find balance. Balance wasn't in posture all along. Balance was always this. A body that knows it doesn't have to stay tense to be whole. Your breath isn't deeper because you're trying harder. It's fuller because there's nothing left to hold back. The air moves through your torso like wind passing between two trees that no longer need to brace against each other. It flows in and stays for a moment, not as an event, but as a presence, like mist lingering at the edge of a field before sunrise. And when it leaves, it doesn't rush away. It drifts off, slow and unhurried, like smoke from a candle that's burned low. Your legs are no longer coiled for flight. They're just here, not relaxed in the way you think relaxation looks. No wide open limbs or floating arms, but soft where they meet the mattress, heavy with quiet certainty. The muscles along your thighs aren't inactive. They're not working to keep you upright anymore. They've stopped guarding what doesn't need defending. You can feel how the flesh yields slightly beneath your weight, not sinking into nothingness, but settling into a kind of belonging, like soil accepting rain. Your hands are open now, not because you meant to let go, but because they never really had anything to hold on to in the first place. The fingers aren't relaxed as an act of will. They're softening naturally, like wax left too long near heat. There's no effort to unclench, just a slow release from the idea that tension equals protection. The space between your fingertips isn't empty. It's full of stillness, humming quietly with absence of demand. Your jaw has stopped trying to hold your thoughts in place. It doesn't need to be fixed, or closed, or held shut against what might come next. There's no threat from the sound outside, only wind passing through trees you don't have to name. The small muscles around your eyes aren't tight with focus. They're not scanning for danger anymore. They've stopped tracking movement in shadows that weren't real. They can just rest, like eyelids folded over a lamp after dark. Your belly isn't holding anything. It's breathing on its own. No need to press inward or pull back. It simply rises and falls with the air, soft as cloth laid gently over a chair. There's no effort behind it, no intention to protect your center. The core isn't a fortress anymore. It's just present, a quiet place where nothing is expected. Your hips are not trying to stay still. They're letting go of the idea that they must be in control. They aren't anchored by fear, nor held by habit. There's no need to keep them from moving, because movement isn't escape anymore. Movement now is just breath passing through your body, like water flowing under a bridge without force. There's no reason to measure how much you've softened. No scale exists for this kind of release. The softening doesn't have to be visible or complete. It only needs to be real. You don't need permission to let go, because the nervous system already knows. Safety isn't earned. It's simply allowed. Your body isn't healing. It's returning. Not repairing what was broken, but remembering that it never truly left. The tiredness you feel isn't failure. It's a signal from your tissues that they're ready to stop running. They don't need more effort. They only need to be believed in. And you are being believed now, not by anyone else, not even yourself, but by the very ground beneath you and the air around you. There's no such thing as too much softening. No point where it becomes weakness or surrender. The body doesn't know that phrase, only what feels true. And right now, truth is this: your pelvis is sinking gently into the mattress, not falling, not collapsing, but resting in its own shape, like a stone settling into mud after long motion. Your lower back isn't stiff. It's just here, not resisting gravity, not trying to support itself. It's stopped pretending it needs to be firm for you to exist. The muscles aren't tense with fear. They're just quiet, letting the spine rest in its natural arc, without correction or commentary. You don't have to do anything now except allow your body to remember what it has been forgetting. That stillness isn't passive, it's active belonging. That rest isn't absence, it's presence made real through not doing. Your breath continues, steady and slow, like waves returning after a long stretch of calm between tides. It doesn't have to be deep or perfect or measured. It just needs to move freely in and out without resistance, as if the air itself is your companion rather than something you must manage. There's no need for progress here, no goal to reach. The body isn't trying to get anywhere, it's already where it needs to be, held by gravity, supported by matter, cradled by silence. You are not falling. You're being held in the way the earth holds roots without effort. And as you stay, just staying, your pelvis softens more, not because you want it to, but because it can finally stop pretending it has to protect anything. The bones aren't hollow, they're full of what was always there. Quiet weight, slow return, deep ease. It's not about becoming something new, just remembering who you've been all along. Someone who doesn't have to be strong to belong, just present. And so, the breath continues, and the stillness grows deeper, and your body folds inward, not from fatigue, but from trust. Not because it has nothing left, but because now, finally, there is no reason not to let go. Your pelvis is no longer a boundary between effort and rest, just a place where gravity holds your shape without asking for anything back. There's nothing to prove here, no posture that must be maintained or defended. The spine doesn't have to arch to feel whole. It already is in its own quiet curve. You don't need to stabilize yourself because something beneath you has been doing it all along. The mattress isn't just fabric and foam. It's a surface that knows your weight by memory, not calculation. Every time you lie down, it remembers how to hold you like an old promise kept without words. Your hips are no longer in charge of staying still. They're letting themselves be held by softness instead of tension. The muscles around the sacrum aren't braced against movement, just resting where they belong. like roots beneath soil that don't know they're growing until spring arrives. There's no need to fear what might happen if you let go completely, because nothing is going to change except how your body feels, and that feeling is not loss. It's return, not emptiness, but presence made physical. Your lower back isn't a battlefield anymore, where every breath is met with resistance. It's just tissue, warm and still, lying in the same position as when you first settled down. No adjustment needed, no correction sought. There's no reason to tighten against sensation, because sensation itself has softened into something familiar, not sharp, not urgent, but quiet like a hand laid on your shoulder after years of silence. You aren't trying to reach anything with this softening. It isn't a step toward peace or progress. It's simply the body's way of saying yes to what already is. You don't have to earn rest. You're allowed to be here, exactly as you are. Not because you've done enough, but because your being has always been enough. Your breath moves through the core like a slow river passing over stones that no longer need to shift or resist. It doesn't demand space. It just finds what's already there. And in that finding, there is no effort to expand or deepen. Just the natural flow of air into places that have waited for this release without knowing they were waiting. Your pelvis isn't collapsing into the bed. It's sinking like a stone into mud after years of being carried, not falling, but settling into its own truth. It doesn't need to be supported, because support is already happening. Through the weight you are, through the earth beneath your feet, through the stillness around you that knows exactly how much space you need. You don't have to feel this in any particular way. It's okay if there's no sensation at all. Sometimes the body settles so deeply it becomes a silence inside silence, and that is not absence, just another kind of presence, one without sound, without image, without demand, just being held by stillness, like an old letter left open on a table, waiting to be read, but never needing to be. Your hips aren't holding anything anymore. Not fear, not anticipation, not the weight of decisions made too fast or words spoken too loud. They're empty in the best way, empty of resistance, free from the need to keep things in place. And so, they rest like hands that have finally stopped clutching at air. Your lower back isn't trying to protect your spine. It's just resting against what supports it naturally. There's no effort to be stable because stability is not a task. It's a condition of being held. You don't need to balance yourself. You're already balanced in the way that gravity balances everything. Without pride, without strain. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or even noticeable. Just moving gently through your body as if it were returning home after a long journey where no one asked for proof of arrival. And now you are here, not because you've reached some destination, but because the body has finally stopped needing to explain itself. There's no need to check in on how much softening there is, because that kind of measurement belongs to waking life, not this slow descent into stillness. This isn't about degrees or progress. It's just being allowed to be as you are, without judgment, without commentary. The pelvis doesn't have to become something new. Just let go of what it has been carrying for too long. Your body is not resisting rest. It's simply remembering how to stop fighting its own nature. And in that remembering, there is no urgency, no need to hurry or fix anything. Just this. A softening so deep it doesn't even feel like effort anymore, because the effort was always elsewhere. Hidden intention, buried under sleeplessness, worn thin by hours of silent watching. Your hips aren't holding tight against movement. They're letting go, not from weakness, but from certainty that nothing will change if they do. There's no reason to fear softness. It isn't failure. It's the opposite. A signal that safety has been recognized at last. The body doesn't need strength now. It needs only permission, and you are giving it freely. You don't have to believe in anything. Just let your pelvis be held by what already holds you. Not force or will, but continuity. The way roots stay buried even when no one sees them. This isn't about becoming peaceful. It's about allowing yourself to stop pretending that peace requires effort. Your lower back doesn't need to be firm. It just needs to be still, and it is. Not because you told it to be, but because now there is nothing left to brace against. The spine isn't trying to support anything, just lying where it belongs, like a branch in winter that no longer fights the weight of snow. Your breath continues without direction. No need to guide it or shape it. Just letting it come and go as if the air were already part of you. Not something borrowed, but belonging. And your body doesn't have to respond. It can just be held by its own rhythm, like a tide that knows when to recede because it has been here before. There's no need to stay awake for this. No reason to measure how long you've been lying still. Time isn't tracking anything right now. Only the slow pull of weight into matter, the quiet return of muscles that have forgotten their own softness. Your pelvis is not a structure built to withstand stress. It's just a place where your body rests like soil after rain, heavy with memory, open to what comes next without needing to know it. You don't need to hold on to anything. No thought, no image, no intention. Just the sensation of being held by gravity and silence. Not by force, but by invitation, as if the earth itself has said, "You may stop. You are already safe." Your breath doesn't have to be conscious. It can move through you like wind passing through trees that don't know they're swaying. There's no need to think about what happens when this ends, because it won't end in a way that demands your attention. It will just fade into the next layer of stillness, like dusk slipping over hills without announcement. And so you stay, not because you are trying, but because you no longer have to. And the softening continues, not as a process, not as an act, but simply as what happens when the body stops asking for proof that it's allowed to rest. It isn't something you do, it's something you receive, and you are receiving it now. Your pelvis begins to understand what your mind has been too busy to notice how much pressure you've carried without meaning to, how tightly you've held yourself against an absence that never arrived. Not even a tremor in the air signals danger, only stillness thick with possibility. And so you let go, not all at once, but in slow pulses like tides retreating over sand that remembers every step. Your hips soften into the bed as if they'd been waiting for permission to yield. The lower back doesn't need to be a wall anymore. It can simply be flesh and bone, resting on something older than resistance. You are not falling. You are arriving. The weight of your legs is no longer an anchor. It's just weight, like stones settling into soil after rain. They aren't holding anything now. They don't have to carry the day forward. They can sink deeper, and with every breath they do, your feet relax, not in a way you command, but because there's nothing left to brace against. Even your toes uncurl slowly, as if waking from a dream of standing. The space beneath your hips is no longer tense. It opens gently, like the inside of a door that has stood closed for years, now breathing open with no one pushing. Air moves through you where there was only rigidity, not because you invited it, but because the body knows how to release when given time. And time is what this moment is made of. You can feel your spine, not as a structure holding you up, but as a quiet column that has been listening. Every shift, every contraction, all the unspoken strain. Now, finally, it exhales into alignment, not straightening, just allowing itself to be supported from below, as if gravity isn't pulling down, but lifting up. Your belly breathes on its own. No effort needed. Just expansion and release. Like a river flowing through a valley that has forgotten the shape of drought. There's no goal here. Only what is already happening. Your diaphragm rises softly, then settles, not with force, not with control, but as if guided by something older than thought. Your hands are still resting on your chest or at your sides, but they're not waiting. They're just present. And in that presence, the skin begins to warm slightly, a quiet signal that circulation has returned. Blood is moving again, slowly, gently, not rushing anywhere, just returning home. You don't need to know where you are, only that your body remembers how to be held. The mattress isn't firm or soft, it's just there, like the ground beneath trees that have never asked if they're safe. It holds you not because it must, but because it can. And so do you. Your breath slows again, not from effort, but from depth. Each out breath longer than the last, as though your lungs are learning a new rhythm, one that doesn't need to be remembered, just felt like a leaf drifting down through still air. No urgency, only descent and arrival. You don't have to watch the darkness. You can let it fill in around you, not as absence, but as presence thick with quiet, like the space between heartbeats, where nothing happens and everything is already settled. Your shoulders drop, not because someone told them to, but because there's no one left to lift them up. They release into the bed, just two soft weights that have been carrying invisible burdens for hours. Now, finally, allowed to lie down without guilt. The small muscles around your eyes unclench. Those tight bands that held tension during meetings and traffic and silent arguments you never voiced. Now they soften, as if the eyelids themselves remember how to rest. Not from fatigue, but from permission. Your jaw relaxes, not all at once, but in waves. Like a river breaking through ice that had thought it could hold back spring. Your teeth don't press together anymore. Just space between them and silence. There's no need for closure or completion. You aren't being asked to fix anything, only to remain. And so you do, not because of discipline, but because the body has finally stopped resisting its own natural state. You are not trying to sleep. You're simply letting yourself be held by what already is, as if the night itself has wrapped around your shoulders like a blanket stitched from stars and stillness. Your skin feels lighter now, not less real, but more open, as though every pore has begun to breathe on its own, not inhaled air, but quiet. You don't need to listen for sounds. Only notice when they come. And if none do, that's all right. The absence of sound is a kind of listening too. Just one without words. Your legs stay heavy, and that heaviness isn't pressure, it's presence. Like roots growing into earth after long drought. Not searching, just being. There's no demand to wake up. Only the slow surrender to what comes next. As if your body has stepped off a moving walkway and is now standing still on purpose, without needing to explain why. Your breath moves deeper, like water sinking into sand that remembers how to drink, not rushing, just settling. The space beneath you isn't empty, it's full of what was always there, the quiet support of the earth, the bed, your own body's ability to rest when given time. You don't have to believe anything, only feel, and in feeling, something shifts, not toward sleep, but toward being, just being, without effort, without expectation, and so you remain, not as a person trying to relax, but as flesh that has finally stopped pretending it needs to be strong. Your pelvis rests, your spine listens, your breath flows, and the world outside doesn't matter, because here, in this slow descent into stillness, there is no need to reach for anything, only to stay. And you do. Your hips begin to soften where they press into the bed, not as a decision, but as a quiet release of pressure that has been holding steady for hours, like weight settling into soil after rain, not falling, just becoming part of what's already there. Your pelvis no longer resists its own shape. It remembers how to yield, not from weakness, but from the deep knowledge that support is present. And so you let it happen, not because you've decided to relax, but because your body has stopped asking for permission. Your lower back uncurls slightly against the mattress, just enough that the spine can begin to listen to its own natural curve, no longer fighting gravity, no longer bracing against what might come, just allowing itself to be held by the shape of the bed, as if your vertebrae are slowly remembering how to rest in their proper alignment. Not perfect, not fixed, just present. And that is enough. Your breath moves deeper now, not pushed, not pulled, but drawn in like water, finding its level after a storm. Each out breath longer than the last, slow as a tide pulling back over wet stone. And when it comes, the silence between breaths isn't empty. No, it's thick with presence. Like a room where someone has just left their coat on a chair, still warm, still holding shape. Your hands rest flat now, not clenched, not fidgeting, just lying open on your stomach or at your sides. The fingers no longer curled into fists of readiness. They stretch gently, as if waking from sleep themselves. The skin over your knuckles softening, the tendons uncoiling like threads that have been wound too tightly for far too long. There's no need to do anything with them. Only let them be. Your feet, still a little tense at first, toes curled in memory of pavement and steps taken under stress, are beginning to relax. Not all at once, but one toe at a time, like roots spreading through dark earth, testing the space around them. No urgency, just slow, quiet expansion. Your heels press into the bed with more ease now, not as anchors, but as points of contact, grounding you in what is real and already here. The weight of your legs isn't something to be carried anymore. No, it's something to be held by. The mattress cradles them like a river holds stones, not moving them, just keeping them safe. And with each passing breath, They sink deeper into that softness, as if gravity has been waiting for you to stop resisting. So now it can do its work. Your belly softens, not because you've decided to let go, but because your body remembers how to breathe without guarding. The muscles beneath your ribs relax, like a gate opening after years of being shut tight. Air flows in not as demand, but as permission. No need for control, just space, and that space is full of stillness, full of quiet presence. It's not about what you're doing. It's about what isn't happening anymore. The constant low hum of readiness, the subtle tension beneath your skin, the inner voice asking, are you safe? Are you enough? That question no longer needs an answer, because something deeper has already said yes. Without words, without effort, just by being here. Your spine feels long now, not stretched, but simply extended, as if each vertebra is slowly unspooling, like a tape measure that's finally been allowed to lie flat, not straightening for anyone, just returning to its own natural length. And in that length, there's no need to adjust, only to exist. The air around you feels different, not thinner, not heavier, just quieter, as if sound itself has slowed down, like a film running at half speed. The hum of distant traffic fades into background texture, like a memory from another life. And even when it returns, it doesn't matter, because your attention isn't chasing it anymore. You don't have to listen for peace. You're already inside it, not as a feeling to be reached, but as a state that's been waiting beneath all the noise, like roots in soil that never knew they were dry until now. And with each breath, something deep within begins to shrink, slowly, without haste. Your skin feels open, not exposed, not vulnerable, just receptive, as if every pore has begun to listen rather than react. You don't pull away from touch because there's no threat, only space, and that space is warm, like a room where the fire has burned low but still holds heat. The darkness isn't closing in, it's expanding around you, not swallowing, just being full of soft edges without corners to fear. You don't have to name what's in it. It doesn't need your attention. It only needs your presence, and that is enough. Your breath slows further, not from effort, but because the body has stopped needing to signal danger. There's no alarm left to sound, just a slow exhalation, like smoke rising from a fire long gone out, drifting upward into still air, not seeking anything, only dissolving. In that release, your pelvis rests fully now, no longer braced, no longer holding tight. It sinks deeper into the bed as if the mattress knows what's needed and is gently adjusting to cradle you more completely, like a shape finally finding its place in a puzzle that was always meant for it. Your legs stay heavy, not from fatigue, but from surrender. Like trees after rain have roots that no longer need to fight the ground because they've already become part of it. And your body, too, is beginning to remember what it means to belong, not to a place, but to itself. It's not about becoming something new, only about stopping pretending you're not already enough. The weight isn't resistance, it's integration. And as that settles in, there's no longer any effort to stay awake or fall asleep. Just this quiet continuity of being, where breath and stillness meet, where motion fades into presence. The space beneath you is full, not with absence, but with support. The bed isn't a surface, it's a kind of holding, like an arm that has been waiting to be needed. Now, finally, able to rest itself. And your body, your real body, is not trying anymore. It's not performing for anyone, not proving anything, just being held, breathing, present. There's no need to reach forward or look back, only to stay. And in staying, something deeper begins to breathe on its own. Your pelvis is no longer a barrier between you and the bed. It has become an invitation, a quiet surrender that doesn't ask permission, just settles into the shape it was always meant to make when left alone. The curve of your lower spine now aligns not with effort, but with release, as though gravity itself has found its way inside you and is slowly pulling downward through each vertebra like water, finding a natural channel in soil. There's no tension holding back that flow, only the slow unspooling of muscle from memory. The body remembering what it means to be weight without resistance. You don't lift, you let go, and with every inch released, something deeper begins to settle into place, not as arrival, but as return, like a door that has stayed open for years, forgotten by everyone except the hinge itself, now finally able to rest in its own quiet groove. Your hips are no longer clamped like old rivets. They've loosened not through force, but through stillness, a softening at the joints where tension used to live, not gone entirely, but softened into background presence, like a low hum that's been there all along, and only now has room to be heard without panic. The bones beneath you feel less like armor and more like foundation. You are not supported by them anymore. They're supporting you in the way stone supports roots, silently, continuously, with no demand for gratitude. There is a warmth pooling at your center, not heat, but depth, a kind of internal stillness that radiates outward from where your spine meets your pelvis like ripples across dark water after a single drop falls. Your legs are not just heavy, they're connected, not clinging to the ground, but partaking in it. The muscles along your inner thighs have released their grip on past alertness. They no longer brace for impact that never came. Instead, they lie like roots beneath bark, unseen, undisturbed, embedded into a rhythm older than thought. You don't need to move them. You only need to be with them as they return to their natural state, not relaxed, but simply at rest. Your hands are open now, not empty, but receptive. I've stopped curling against the weight of expectation or effort. The fingers no longer tighten in anticipation of tasks undone. Instead, each one lies like a leaf resting on still water, quietly shaped by gravity alone. You don't have to do anything with them. Only let their shape be what it is, and that shape, palm facing up, fingertips soft and unclenched, becomes its own kind of offering, not for anyone else, but for the space between breaths. Your belly has softened not into emptiness, but into fullness, a quiet fullness like air filling a bell after the strike ends. There's no need to contract or hold it in place. It just is, present and round and warm beneath your ribs. The muscles here are no longer braced for stress or pressure. They've stopped waiting. They're simply breathing with you now, not ahead of you, not behind, but beside you as an equal participant in the quiet rhythm. The air around your lower back feels different now. Heavier? No. Lighter? Not exactly. It's present, like a space that has been shaped by your body and is no longer resisting it. The mattress beneath you isn't just supporting you, it's responding to you, sinking in places where pressure builds, rising slightly where tension leaves behind hollows. It knows what you don't yet know, that this shape of stillness requires a different kind of holding than the one you've known before. And your breath has slowed so much now that there is space between each exhale and inhale, not silence, but pause, a moment held not for fear, but simply because it feels right to wait. The out breath no longer cuts through tension. It lingers like a hand resting on the small of your back before pulling away slowly. And when you breathe in again, there is space between that inhalation and the next, as if time itself has slowed down just enough to let this moment stretch without breaking. It's not happening to you anymore. It's simply being allowed to happen. You're no longer a passenger fighting for control of your body, but someone who has finally stopped resisting its quiet wisdom. Your nervous system isn't being told what to do. It's just being given permission to stop trying. And in that space, the pelvis releases not as surrender, but as recognition, a deep knowing that says, "This is where I belong," and your legs are no longer separate from you. They're part of a larger, quiet presence now, like waves returning to an ocean after being pulled outward by wind, not struggling back in, just letting the current carry them home again. Your feet feel rooted not because they grip, but because they've stopped needing to hold on. The soles lie flat against the bed, as if remembering what it means to be here, no longer waiting for departure or arrival. And your spine isn't straightening, it's unfolding, not into a posture of readiness, but into one that says, "I am here," not performing, not proving anything, just being held by gravity and earth and breath, each vertebra settling not on top of the last, but alongside it, like stones in water, aligned without effort because they found their level. And your body is no longer a battlefield, nor a structure you must manage or maintain. It's becoming something else entirely. A sanctuary that doesn't require rituals to keep it safe. You don't have to guard this moment, protect the stillness, defend the softening, because the space around you and within already holds everything needed for rest. And now there is no separation between breath and body, or body and ground. Only continuity. A long, slow pulse that moves through your pelvis like water moving under stone. Not rushing, not resisting, just flowing where it's meant to go, guided by what has always been true, even when you couldn't feel it. And the air is no longer around you. It's part of you now. Each molecule settling into place, as if remembering its role in this quiet breath that doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to continue. And there, beneath all motion and memory and effort, a stillness has begun, not because something stopped, but because something finally started. The kind of start that happens when nothing else is left to do. Only be, and in being, you are already home. Your pelvis is no longer resisting gravity. It's allowing itself to be shaped by it, as if the curve beneath your lower back has been waiting for years, not to hold tension, but simply to yield, to let the mattress rise up into it like a quiet tide meeting shore. And now, that surrender isn't weakness, it's an alignment, a realignment of what you've carried too long in silence. The bones in your hip sockets are no longer pressing against one another, as if bracing for impact. They're loosening, settling into their own natural space, like two small cradles finally releasing the weight they were never meant to carry. And with that release, a softness spreads through the deep muscles along your inner thighs. Not limp, but alive in its quietness. No longer tight from anticipation or fear, just there, breathing, holding you without effort. You don't have to do anything for this moment. It doesn't need your permission, nor does it require proof of your stillness. It's already happening, and the air around you, thick with warmth, heavy in its quiet presence, is no longer a barrier between you and rest. It's part of the same rhythm that moves through your pelvis, like water finding its way beneath roots, not pushing, not forcing, just moving where space has opened. Your breath isn't returning to any shape you once knew. It's discovering its own depth now. Each exhale longer than the last, not because you're trying to control it, but because your body is finally allowing itself to be full, not emptying out, but filling with something else. A slow awareness of being held from within, as if every cell remembers what it feels like to rest without guilt. The lower spine isn't straightening or arching. It's simply settling into its own hollow, the way soil settles after rain. And in that hollow, there is no need for posture, no need to prove you're present. Only space, enough to let your body unfold, not toward performance, but toward belonging. You can feel how much of this has been held in silence. How many nights you've lied awake with the same tension in your hips, thinking that stillness meant collapse, or that softening was failure. But now you're learning something different. That softness is not absence, it's presence. a full kind of being. Your legs are no longer resisting the bed. They're letting themselves be cradled by its surface like rivers, settling into valleys. And every inch of skin against fabric feels known, not as contact, but as return. Your calves are not tense with readiness. They're resting in their own weight, sinking without resistance. The space between your feet is no longer tight. From fear of movement, it's open, breathing like a valley between two hills where the wind is stopped and only stillness remains. You don't have to reach anywhere. There's nothing to fetch, nowhere to go. Just this, being here in the shape that your body has always known how to make. Even when you didn't, the small of your back isn't pushing forward anymore. It's releasing into the support beneath it, as if gravity is not a force against which to brace, but a presence that lifts you up from below. And with each exhale, there is less need for resistance, less effort to stay upright, because you're no longer trying to be strong, only real. Your pelvis isn't holding your spine together. It's letting the spine fall into its own natural curve, like a branch bending not under weight, but under light. And in that bend, there is no strain, only balance, as if all the years of carrying have finally been released, not through force, but through yielding. There's a quietness now that isn't empty. It's full of what has always been true. You don't need to feel it more intensely to know it's real, because your body is no longer lying about where it belongs. The tension was never in the muscles. It was in the belief that you had to stay ready, alert, prepared for something that never came. And now you're not preparing for anything, not even sleep. Just being, with every breath, a soft return. Each exhale like an arm releasing its grip on the edge of a cliff. And the inhale, it comes not as demand, but as gift. Gentle, slow, like air returning to a place it was always meant to occupy. The bed isn't holding you in place. It's allowing you to dissolve into it, not by sinking, but by letting go, as if your body is no longer resisting the moment of release. And when you exhale again, there's no urgency, no effort, just a long, slow fall, like water finding its way through soil, not rushing, only moving where flow has already begun. You don't have to remember how this feels. It doesn't depend on memory. It depends only on presence. And right now, you are present in the space beneath your pelvis, in the soft curve of your lower back, in the quiet hum of blood returning to stillness. There is no past here, no future, just this breath, this weight, this moment where everything has finally stopped trying to be anything other than what it already is. Your hips are not rigid anymore. They're open, not wide, but unguarded, like doors that have been closed for so long, now swinging slowly inward on their own hinges. And nothing needs to happen in response. The space inside them isn't empty. It's full of quiet recognition, a kind of homecoming without arrival. Your legs are no longer separate from you. They're part of a larger pattern, one that has been unfolding for years beneath the surface of effort. Now, finally, allowing itself to be felt, not as structure, but as sensation, warm, soft, heavy in the way only true relaxation can be. There's a pulse here, not loud, not urgent, that moves through your pelvis like a slow tide returning, not pulling away from land, but flowing back into it. And with each wave of release, there is less need to brace, less need to watch, just presence, quiet, continuous. You don't have to do anything for this to continue. No adjustment needed. The body knows how to settle when given time. And now you're giving it that time, not forcing calm, but letting stillness grow in its own way, like moss spreading over stone, slow, inevitable, unforced. And beneath all of this, the breath keeps flowing, not faster, not slower, just moving through your body as if it has always known the path. And with each exhale, there's a softening, not in one place, but everywhere at once, like warmth spreading across skin that had forgotten what comfort felt like. Your pelvis isn't returning to alignment by trying. It's remembering how it already is. The way roots remember where water flows without needing to search, just letting themselves be shaped by what has always been true. And now, as you breathe out again, long and steady, the space around your body feels full, not with sound, but with silence that isn't empty. It's thick with presence, like air in a room where nothing happened, yet everything did. You don't have to think about why this is happening, or whether it will last. You're simply allowing the moment to be, and in being, there is no lack. Your body isn't fighting anymore. It's not waiting. It's just here, with every breath a quiet continuation. Each exhale like a hand letting go of something that was never meant to be held. And as you breathe in again, slowly, gently, the air doesn't rush into your lungs. It settles there, like water finding its level, not filling to burst, but holding just enough to keep going. You're no longer trying to reach sleep. You're already inside it. Not asleep yet, but moving toward it without resistance, like a leaf falling through still air, not fearing the ground, only knowing that when it lands, it will be where it belongs. Your pelvis is no longer a boundary. It's a threshold, one that has been held open by gravity alone. Not force, not will, just the quiet truth of weight meeting surface. You are not sinking into the bed so much as being received by it, like soil accepting rain after drought. The mattress gives beneath you, not with resistance, but with surrender. And in that giving, your body learns again how to be held, not as burden, but as belonging. There's a softness now at the base of your spine, not absence, but presence, a kind of fullness that doesn't demand space, only existence. It is the quiet where pressure has ceased. where effort stops being an invitation and becomes a memory. You are not trying to relax. You are allowing relaxation to be what it always was, a state the body returns to when left undisturbed. The bones of your hips aren't shifting into alignment. They're remembering their shape, like clay in water, slowly reshaping itself by gravity alone. No hands guiding, no eyes watching, just time and stillness doing what they do best. You don't need a map or a signal. The body knows its own architecture, not through thought, but through release. Your legs are no longer waiting. They've stopped holding their breath. The tendons along your inner thighs are softening like threads that have been untangled over time. Not snapped, just unknotted. And with each exhale, there's less tension in the knees. Not because you're pushing them down, but because they're no longer bracing for impact. The air around your lower body is thick, not with noise, but with stillness that has depth, like a forest floor after rain, where every movement is slow and deliberate. Not because it must be, but because nothing else needs to happen. You are not being asked to do anything, only to continue existing in this space of softening. There's warmth spreading now, not heat, not urgency, but a kind of low-grade glow that moves from your pelvis outward, like roots finding moisture beneath the soil. It doesn't burn or demand attention. It just is, present like the hum of distant power lines on a quiet night. Felt more than seen, sensed in the muscles rather than named. Your back isn't flattening into the mattress so much as becoming part of its texture, not resisting, not adjusting, but merging with the surface like shadow merging with wall. You are no longer lying on the bed. You're letting it lie with you. And in that togetherness, there is a kind of safety that isn't built on control, but on surrender. The space beneath your hips feels fuller now, not crowded, but deepened, like water filling a basin after long drought. No need for volume or speed, just presence. The body holds its own gravity without strain. You are not lifting yourself up. You're letting yourself be pulled down by what's already true. There's a soft pulse in your lower abdomen, not fast, not loud, but steady, like the rhythm of something breathing beneath sleep. It doesn't need to be noticed, only allowed to be, and when it is, there's no effort to follow it or change it, just letting it move through you as if it belonged there all along. Your hips aren't opening wide, they're unclenching, not like a door swinging open, but like fingers slowly releasing a grip that had been held too long. The hands of your body remembering how to stop clutching at air. And in that release, something settles deep below. The kind of calm that isn't thought or intention, but simply letting go of what's no longer needed. The mattress beneath you is not just supporting, it's responding. Each tiny shift in weight met with a soft yielding, not pushing back, not resisting, not pushing back, not resisting, just holding the shape your body makes without judgment. And as you breathe out again, long and slow, you're not trying to sink deeper. You're simply allowing yourself to be where gravity has already placed you. There's no need for correction, no demand to arrive somewhere else. The only movement here is in letting go, not of your body, but of the belief that it must stay tense to survive. And as that belief loosens, something inside you shifts, not with force, but like a stone sinking through water without ripple. Your pelvis isn't aligning through effort. It's realigning through stillness, not by pushing, pulling, or thinking, but by simply allowing the weight of your body to settle into its own shape, as if gravity were speaking in silence, and you were finally listening. The air around you feels heavier now, not oppressive, but full, like a room after someone has left and the quiet stays behind. Not empty, but saturated with what was just there. And in that saturation, your body doesn't need to fill anything. It only needs to be. There's no future here, no past, no performance or expectation, just this moment where your lower back isn't fighting against the mattress, where your hips aren't guarding against motion, where your legs aren't bracing for a step that never comes. You are simply in the space of being, not striving, not resisting, and As you breathe out again, deeper than before, there's no need to hold anything back, no reason to keep watch. Just letting go into the softness beneath you, like breath released from lungs after long silence. Not dramatic, not sudden, but inevitable. The warmth in your pelvis isn't growing stronger. It's spreading not through force, but through permission, allowing itself to be felt without demand. And with each exhale, there's less need to control the sensation. Just let it move like a current along bone, softening where it touches. Your body is no longer trying to protect itself. It's learning how to rest, as if resting were its native language. Not something earned, but something remembered. Like a tree that grows in silence after years of wind, finally standing still because it has stopped needing to lean. There's a quiet here, not the absence of sound, but the presence of stillness, so deep it feels alive. Like the pause between two heartbeats, and you're not waiting for the next beat, just allowing that pause to be full in itself. The space beneath your hips is no longer tense with anticipation. It's open. Not because something has happened, but because nothing needs to happen. And in that openness, there's a kind of safety that doesn't come from being safe, but from knowing you are already held. Your lower back isn't pressing into the bed so much as dissolving into it, like salt into water, not changing shape, just becoming part of something larger. And when you exhale again, slowly, deeply, there's no need to lift your body or push forward, only to let go completely. The air is still but alive with quiet movement, like dust settling in sunlight, slow, inevitable. Not rushing, not trying, just being where it is. And so are you, not fighting the softness, not resisting the weight, just allowing yourself to be what you've always been. A body that knows how to rest when left alone. And as another breath flows out, longer than before, there's no effort in letting go, only release, like water returning to earth after drought. And with every passing moment, your pelvis isn't adjusting. It's remembering the shape of stillness, the weight of belonging, the quiet truth that you are not broken, just worn down by time, now being returned to what was always there. There's no need for anything more, only presence, breath after breath, softening after softening, until your body becomes not a structure, but a field, open, receptive, unguarded, and in that openness, you are not falling asleep. You're arriving not to a place, but to a state of being where nothing needs to be done, only continued. The space around you feels like a room where no one has spoken for years, yet still holds the memory of breath. The warmth of skin, the quiet hum of life that continues without fanfare. And in this room, your body isn't trying to leave. It's learning how to stay. Not as duty, but as homecoming. And as you breathe out again, deeper than before, there's no sound, only silence, thick with meaning. Not because it says anything, but because it doesn't need to. Just being is enough. And in that being, your pelvis isn't softening through effort. It's settling into the truth of itself. Your lower back is not pressing into the bed like something holding its breath. It's sinking slowly, quietly, like a stone released into deep water, not falling, just becoming part of the depth. There's no effort in that descent, only weight returning to where it belongs. The mattress yields beneath you, not resisting, not pretending, but simply holding what is given. And your body isn't fighting the softening anymore. It's remembering how gravity works when nothing stands in its way. You're not trying to go anywhere, not deeper into sleep, not further from wakefulness, just allowing yourself to be held by this moment exactly as it is. A breath that doesn't need to become anything else. A stillness that isn't waiting for proof. The air around you feels thick with quiet, like the kind of silence after rain, when everything has stopped speaking and simply listens. And in that listening, your body begins to feel less like an obstacle and more like a place where things can settle. Not because it's changed, but because it no longer needs to change. You don't have to prove you're safe. You just are. The warmth beneath your pelvis isn't spreading now. It's settling into the shape of trust. Like liquid stone, cooling slowly in darkness, taking on a form that never needed words. It doesn't announce itself. It simply is. Your hips aren't releasing through will. They're opening because there is no one left to guard against. No future waiting with demands. No past pressing down like footsteps on the spine. There's nothing in this room that requires your attention. Not the ceiling, not the wall behind you, not even the faint sound of wind outside, if it comes at all. You are not meant to notice those things, only to feel how little they matter right now, how easily their presence can be left alone. And when a thought drifts in, the kind that says, "This isn't working," or "Why am I still here?" it doesn't need pushing away, just letting float, like ash caught in air, light, weightless, and already drifting out of reach. You're not repairing anything, not fixing the day, not untangling what's tangled. This isn't a process with steps or progress to measure. It's just being here, body folded into itself, breath slowing without resistance. A quiet becoming that doesn't ask for permission. Your legs are no longer clenched against possibility. They're open, not wide, not forced, but simply relaxed in their own space. Like roots loosening after years of tight soil, not reaching out, just letting go into where they've always been. The tension behind your knees isn't a barrier anymore. It's dissolving like sugar left too long in tea, softened by time, not effort. Your feet are no longer braced for movement. They're simply resting, soles flat against the surface beneath them, not gripping, not pushing, just present as they were meant to be, quiet, still, known. And your hands, not fisted in anticipation or curled into defense, but open on the bed like leaves fallen and forgotten. The fingers are softening one by one, each knuckle releasing its grip without ceremony. No need for anything more than this moment of unmaking. Your shoulders aren't dropping because you've decided to let go. They're letting themselves be held by gravity, not pulled down by stress, as if the weight that once lived in them had simply chosen to leave. There's no sound in your chest now, only breath moving through a space so quiet it feels like memory. And when another exhale begins, not fast, not forced, but long and steady, it doesn't end abruptly. It fades into silence like smoke from an old fire, slowly thinning, dissolving. Your spine isn't straightening or relaxing. It's just being what it is, a column of bone that has carried you through days without stopping, and now allowed to stop, not because it fails, but because it has endured. You're not trying to become something new, only letting yourself be exactly as you are right now. The shape your body takes when no one else needs watching. There's warmth spreading along the line of your hip bones, not heat, but sensation, a kind that doesn't burn or rush, just stays, like sunlight on stone after dusk. It isn't pushing forward. It isn't claiming anything. It simply is, and in being, becomes part of what you are allowed to feel without shame. Your lower back is not stiffening again, not tightening around the ache that lingers from earlier hours. Instead, it's becoming porous, like clay left overnight after rain, absorbing stillness instead of resisting it. And when another breath comes in, Not sharp, not shallow. It flows through you like water finding its way through a cracked channel, quietly, naturally, without demand. The floor beneath the bed is no longer far away. It's close enough to feel through your back, through your pelvis, as if it knows you're here and has been waiting all along. You don't have to reach down into that ground. You're already connected to it, not by force, but by presence. And in this quiet connection, there is no need for motion, only the slow unfolding of weight returning where it belongs. Your body isn't tired because it's worn out. It's tired because it has been trying too hard not to rest. But now, after all these breaths, after all these moments, it's beginning to believe that resting isn't betrayal, that staying still doesn't mean failing, that being soft is not weakness, but a way of knowing the world without needing to change it. And so you stay, not because you have made up your mind, not because something has shifted inside, just because there's no reason left to stand upright when lying down feels like coming home. The air isn't cooling now. It's settling like dust in sunlight, suspended for a moment before falling where it is meant to go. Your ribs aren't rising and falling with effort. They're moving only enough to let the breath pass through. A slow tide returning without fanfare. And your mind, not quiet because you've silenced thoughts, but still because there's nothing left to say. There are no more answers needed. No final check-in. No need to confirm that this is real or safe. Just being here, now, with the body finally breathing in rhythm with itself. And as another long out breath begins, a slow release so deep it feels like returning from a distance. You're not going anywhere, only deeper into what has always been true. Your lower back still holds its shape against the mattress, tight like a coiled spring that hasn't been released. But you're no longer fighting to stay upright. Not now. Your pelvis isn't resisting gravity anymore, just resting, letting go of the need to brace for something unseen, there's nothing behind it all. No demand, no obligation. Only this slow surrender into what is already true. And as each breath flows out through you, a little more weight drops, sinking not downward but inward, like roots finding soil they didn't know was waiting. You feel the bed beneath your hips, not holding you up, not supporting. You're pressing down slightly, softly, with no effort required, just being, your body resting where it belongs. And as that quiet pressure builds in your pelvis, something shifts, not sudden, but deep, like water filling a basin long forgotten. There's room now, space for stillness to settle into the bones themselves. You don't have to do anything about it. Only allow yourself to be held by what is already beneath you. Your legs are longer than they were minutes ago. Not in length, but in release. From knee to ankle, every muscle letting go of its habit. No more tension gathering at the back of your thighs. Just warmth spreading slowly through flesh that remembers how to rest. And even if you don't feel it all yet, your nervous system does. It knows this is safe, not because someone told you so, but because your body has begun to believe what it's been trying to forget for hours. The air in the room isn't moving much, just still, like breath held too long. And when a single sound comes, a distant hum from outside, faint as memory, you don't flinch or tighten. Just let it pass through you without response, not resisting, not analyzing, only allowing. That's all this moment asks of you, to remain open, even in the quietest part of listening. Your hands are soft now, no longer curled like fists against an invisible wall. Fingertips lying flat on your thighs, or resting lightly over one another. And if they tremble slightly, it's not from fear, but from release. From the sudden awareness that holding so long has left its mark. And now you're letting go of what was never yours to carry. The small muscles around your eyes, those tight bands behind the lids, are loosening, not with a command, but by simply stopping their effort. No more squinting at an unseen threat, just softness where tension lived. like light passing through fog that finally thins. And when you close your eyes again, or if they're already closed, there's no pressure on the lids, just space for darkness to settle in without resistance. The base of your skull feels lighter now, not floating, but unweighted, as though gravity has shifted slightly where it touches your neck, not pulling forward or down, just letting go of its grip, and that softness spreads across your shoulders, not dropping, not slumping, but unfolding like a leaf releasing from the branch at dusk. The breath still comes without demand, each out breath longer than before, not forced, but natural, as if gravity itself has slowed time enough to let you exhale all the way down into silence. And when that final wave of air leaves your body, there's no echo left behind, just quiet returning, like a door closing after someone walks through. You're not thinking about sleep, not even hoping for it, only noticing how stillness has taken root in places you didn't know were hard. The pelvis isn't resisting anymore, just receiving. Your spine isn't trying to stay straight, it's just resting where it is, aligned by gravity rather than will. And somewhere deep inside, a quiet shift begins. Not dramatic, not obvious, but real, like roots spreading slowly through dark earth. There's no need to check if you're safe. The room hasn't changed, but your body has recalibrated. It knows what it can trust now. This bed, this air, these walls that don't move or speak, and even the quiet is not empty. It's full of permission for stillness to stay, for softness to remain. The weight in your hips isn't burden anymore, just presence, like a stone settling into water, not sinking fast, but finding its place without effort. And as you lie there, breathing with no rhythm imposed, just whatever comes next, the space between breaths grows longer, not because of intention, but simply because the body has stopped needing to prove anything. And if your mind wanders, a flicker of thought about tomorrow, or a half-remembered worry, it doesn't pull you back. It floats by like debris in slow water, and you let it drift without picking up its shape. No need to name what passes through. Only notice that it leaves behind nothing. It's not even important whether this moment lasts or fades. The truth isn't tied to duration, just presence. This one breath, this single release, this small softening of a pelvis finally allowed to fall into rest. The night doesn't care how long you stay like this. No clock counts your stillness. Only time itself slows down enough for you to feel it in the quiet between heartbeats. And if sleep comes now unnoticed, it won't be because something changed so much as because everything has finally stopped fighting. It's not failure when your body doesn't move anymore. It's not surrender when you stop holding on. You're just letting yourself return to where you've always been, the place where being is enough. Your hips are no longer holding their breath. They've stopped waiting for a signal that never arrives. The pelvis is softening into the mattress, not as surrender, but as return. Like soil, remembering what it means to be still. There's no effort in the way you're lying now. Not even the quiet kind of effort that tries to stay present. Just weight meeting support, and with each slow breath out, your lower back releases a little more, not collapsing, but yielding. As if gravity has finally found an opening and slipped through, not pushing down, but flowing around you. The spine no longer needs to be straight, only aligned by the way it rests. The vertebrae aren't holding their positions, they're letting them happen. Like stones in a stream that have settled into place, not because they chose to, but because water knows how. You don't need to fix anything. Not your posture, not your breath, not even the way your thoughts drift like dust in a sunbeam. There's no checklist of what you should feel right now. Only this. The softening is already here. It's been happening all along, even when you weren't aware of it. Like roots growing beneath the surface while the ground above stays still. Your hands are not clenched at your sides. They're resting, palms down, fingers curled just enough to follow their natural shape, not relaxed in a forced way, but unstrained, as if they've forgotten how to grip. And that's okay. The muscles aren't trying to be anything. They're simply letting go of the habit of readiness. The memory of what it felt like to brace is fading into softness, not erased, just released. Your feet are not curled, not tensed against the end of the bed. They're resting where they fell when you lay down. Toes spread gently, arches yielding, as if your body has finally remembered that it doesn't have to be on guard in its own home. The soles feel the weight of the mattress beneath them, not as pressure, but as connection, like earth meeting root. And even the small bones in your ankles, those tiny joints that carry all day's movement, are no longer stiff. They're just letting go. There's a quiet warmth spreading through your lower back. Not heat, not fever, but something like stillness made tangible. A kind of internal glow that comes from release rather than effort. It doesn't demand attention. It simply is, like the afterglow of light leaving a room when you turn off the lamp. Your belly breathes without being told to, not rising and falling with will, but expanding gently as if breathing through your skin. The air flows in, not because you've decided it should, but because the body remembers how, and when it leaves, longer than before, the space where it was doesn't snap shut. It just opens wider for what comes next. There's no need to pull back or tighten. It can stay open. You don't have to do anything with that openness. No instruction, no correction. Just let the breath move through you like wind through a hollow reed, not shaped by force, but guided by space. And when it passes, there's not a gap, but a quiet kind of fullness, like the moment between waves at sea, when nothing is happening, yet everything is. Your awareness isn't searching for anything. It's not looking to fix or find. or change. It's just here, on the edge of your own skin, not inside, not outside, but resting right where it lands, like a leaf floating on still water. No need to move, no need to be seen. The quiet in the room isn't empty. It's full of permission. Permission for you to stay exactly as you are, to remain in this state of soft release, even if nothing changes, even if time slows and stretches like taffy over hours. This moment is already enough. There's no need to arrive anywhere else. Your skin feels different now. Not tighter, not cold, but present, as though it has finally stopped trying to protect you. And in that letting go, it becomes a kind of shelter. A soft boundary that doesn't push away, but holds what is already here. The warmth of your own body, the cool air near your feet, the weight of blankets if there are any, all of it meeting without resistance. Your shoulders no longer carry the day's weight. They're not dropping, not slumping, but simply unclenching in a way that feels like letting go of an old burden you didn't know was yours. The muscles around your collarbones release their grip on tension. Not because they've been told to, but because it no longer serves them. And as they soften, the space between your shoulder blades opens. Not dramatically, not in a pose, but quietly, like a door left slightly ajar after someone walked through. Your neck is no longer braced against the pillow. It's resting where it naturally falls, the curve of your spine meeting the shape of support without resistance. No need to adjust or reposition, just allowing gravity to do what it does best. Hold you in place, not by force, but by balance. You don't have to stay awake, nor do you have to sleep. The body knows its own rhythm better than any thought ever could. And right now, it's moving through a phase that isn't wakefulness and isn't sleep, but something in between, a quiet threshold where stillness is not absence, but presence without demand. There's no rush to leave this state, no clock ticking toward morning. The night doesn't care if you stay here for 10 minutes or 10 hours. It only cares that you're allowed to be And right now, you are fully, quietly, completely. Your mind may flicker just once with an image from earlier in the day, a voice, a sentence, a moment of friction, but it doesn't pull you into story. It just passes through like mist over grass, leaving no trace behind, not even the shape of its shadow. Space between your breaths is growing, not because you're doing anything to make it longer, but because there's nothing left to push against. And that silence isn't empty. It's full of stillness, like a lake beneath ice. Nothing moves on the surface, but deep below, life continues without noise. Your body is not trying to be quiet. It simply has stopped making effort to be anything at all. And in that lack of striving, there's a kind of certainty, not based on thought, but felt, a knowing that you are safe, that this place, this bed, this air, this moment is enough. The weight of your body isn't pressing down anymore. It's sinking into the mattress like water soaking into soil, slowly, quietly, without force or fear. And as it settles, the edges of your form blur a little, not fading, but softening, like light at dusk. There's no need to name what you're feeling. No need to label this stillness. It's not peace, not calm, not relaxation, though all those words may pass through your mind, but they don't describe it, because it isn't something that can be named, only felt. And even is a stretch. You are simply here, not arriving, not leaving, just being in the way that roots are in the earth, without ceremony, without intention, simply there. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's already given everything it has, and now it waits with you, not to fix or change, but to hold space for what is. Your lower back is no longer pressed into resistance against the mattress. It's beginning to yield, just slightly at first, not collapsing, not giving way, but allowing itself to be held by the shape beneath you. Like roots finding soft earth after a long dry stretch. There's space now where there was tension before, and that space isn't empty. It's full of release, not because something has been removed, but because pressure has finally eased. Your spine is no longer fighting its own curve. It's letting gravity guide the alignment, as if remembering how to rest without permission. The small muscles along your sacrum are beginning to loosen. Not in a dramatic shift, but in subtle waves that ripple through deep tissue like slow water over stone. Not urgent, not noticeable at first, just quiet release happening beneath awareness. And with each passing breath, the body remembers what it means to stop holding. There's no need for vigilance here. Nothing is asking you to prepare or protect yourself. Your hips are no longer coiled tight like a spring waiting to snap. They're simply settling into stillness that isn't passive, but active in its surrender. Your legs are sinking deeper into the bed now. Not by force, not because you've willed them down, but from inside out, as though gravity has taken a precedence within your bones and is pulling gently through every joint. The outer edges of your thighs soften against the mattress like fabric that's been left in sunlight too long, no longer rigid with effort or memory of motion. Even your knees, which once held a quiet tension just beneath surface skin, now soft, as if they've forgotten how to resist. The back of your pelvis is beginning to melt into the bed, not dissolving, not vanishing, but yielding like clay warmed by sun. Each particle of tissue releasing its grip on past strain. And with that release comes an unnoticed shift in pressure. Less pushing from within, less need to anchor against motion or threat. You're no longer bracing for movement, because there is none coming. The body knows this, even if your mind hasn't caught up yet. It's not about relaxing into a position. It's about letting go of effort itself. And that kind of undoing doesn't happen in one moment. It unfolds like fog over fields at dawn, slow enough that you barely notice until everything is transformed. The tension isn't erased. It just stops being necessary. So, instead of fighting it, your body begins to dissolve around it, like salt dropped into water. And now, there's a quiet sensation deep inside the center of your hips, the space between your pelvis and spine, where posture has lived for hours, days, years. That place is softening without instruction, not because you told it to be, but because after so long on guard, the body finally believes it can stop being watchful. It's as though the bones have decided they've been carrying enough. No need to keep holding their shape in anticipation of something unseen. And with each exhale, there is less resistance, not from you, but from your tissues themselves, like a muscle that has grown tired of tensing just because it once had to. The air around your body feels different now. Not colder or warmer, but quieter, as if the room itself is breathing slower, not in sync with yours, but in its own rhythm. And somehow that matches. The space between breaths grows longer than before, not forced, not extended, just naturally fuller, like a pause after an old song has ended. And somewhere beneath all this motionless softening, your body remembers what it means to be weighty without strain. You're not heavy in pain or pressure, but deeply grounded, as if the earth had reached up through the floor and taken hold of your bones. No need for balance, because there's nowhere left to fall. It feels like being held by something older than memory, a quiet strength that doesn't speak only is. It isn't holding you tight. It's simply allowing space around you so you can rest without apology. The kind of support that comes not from hands or arms, but from gravity itself and time. And your lower back is no longer rigid against resistance. It's now in contact with a new kind of surface, one made less of foam or fabric than of stillness, one where pressure doesn't demand response, so there's nothing to push back against, only the slow give and let go of tissue settling into its own truth. It's not about changing anything, just letting what is already true begin to be felt again. Like water finding a new path through rock after long drought. No rush, no planning, just deep movement that happens quietly beneath awareness. The pelvis isn't lifting or lowering. It's simply becoming part of the bed in a way it wasn't before. Not fused, not merged, but held, as if your body has finally decided to stop pretending it must stay upright even while lying down. And so, instead of fighting gravity, you let yourself be shaped by it. And with each breath that comes out longer than the one before, there's less need for control, less urge to correct or adjust, not because anything is wrong, but because nothing needs fixing anymore. It's like listening to a river after long silence. The sound isn't loud, but deep, and you hear it only when your own pulse slows enough to notice what was always underneath. And the space where tension lived in your lower back now feels full, not with pain or effort, but with quiet presence, not empty because release has occurred, but filled with something quieter than absence, a kind of soft certainty that this is allowed and you are welcome here. You don't have to stay awake for any reason, nor do you need to sleep by a certain hour. The body knows when it's ready, even if your mind still believes there's work left undone. But right now, there isn't. Only the slow return of tissue back into alignment with itself. And time doesn't care how long this takes. And so you remain, not in any pose or posture that requires effort, just as you are, held by what has always been holding you, your body finally remembering its own weight without judgment, there's a new kind of awareness now. One that isn't trying to fix anything. It doesn't search for calm because it already is. And the longer this continues, the less there is to say about it. Not because silence is filling in, but because meaning has stepped aside, leaving only what can be felt. Stillness that isn't absence, just presence without demand. And your hips aren't resisting anymore. They're simply part of a larger quiet, the kind that exists when nothing needs saving. No one needs to be noticed, and the night is not waiting for anything except for you to stay, just as you are. The weight in your legs isn't pressing down on the bed. It's sinking into it like ink spreading through paper, slowly, quietly, without resistance or fear. Each part of you becoming less concerned with holding itself together, more interested in being held by what is already there, and somewhere deep beneath motion, beneath breath and thought, a shift takes place. Not dramatic, not sudden, but real. The body finally believes it doesn't need to be ready for anything, because right now, this moment is enough. So you stay, not moving towards sleep or wakefulness, but resting in between, where stillness isn't something you must achieve, but simply what remains when effort stops. The air is still around your skin, not cold, not warm, but full of the kind of quiet that only comes after hours of holding on. And now, there's no need to hold anymore. Your pelvis has stopped being a place where tension gathers. It's become something else, something quieter than shape or position, a field where release happens without ceremony, and your lower back is not fighting its own curve anymore. It's simply accepting the bed as an extension of itself, like roots growing into soil that never asks for anything in return. There's no need to name what this is, because there's nothing left to do but be. You're already here, and you don't have to earn your rest. Your hips are no longer keeping score. They're not measuring how much you've endured or how long you've waited. They're simply allowing gravity to do what it has always done. Guide things downward without asking for permission. The bed beneath you isn't just supporting your shape. It's receiving your weight as if it were its own natural purpose. Like a riverbed that doesn't resist water, but holds it in place, not by force, but by being exactly where it belongs. And you are no longer trying to stay upright against an invisible pull. Instead, you're learning how to fall gently, without fear, into the space between breaths. Your lower back isn't collapsing into surrender. It's remembering its own alignment, like a spine that once knew how to curve with ease, rather than fight every contour of itself. The muscles along the edge of your pelvis are softening, not because they've been ordered to relax, but because they finally stopped being asked to defend anything. There is no one here to attack or escape from. Only the quiet rhythm of a body that knows how to let go without losing itself in the process. Your legs aren't just resting, they're returning slowly, like shadows lengthening at dusk, to their own true form. Not stiff with effort, not coiled for action, but simply remembering what it means to be held by something larger than your will. The weight of your thighs isn't pressing down in resistance. It's seeping into the mattress as if you were soil and the bed were rain. Nothing is being forced, only a quiet transfer from tension to stillness, from holding to belonging. There's no destination here, no end point where you'll finally be free of this fatigue or earn peace through effort. Just this moment. This soft release spreading through your hips like warmth moving through stone after long cold. And the longer it lasts, the less you notice what is happening. Not because awareness has faded, but because it's no longer needed to keep track. There's a kind of listening now that isn't about searching for calm. It's more like waiting with your whole body. Not for anything to happen, but simply so something can be present without interruption. The space around you feels thick, not with noise, but with stillness that has depth and texture. Like air filled with dust motes, suspended in a sunbeam. each one drifting slowly without purpose, without direction. You aren't chasing peace because it's already here. Not as an achievement, not as a reward for effort, but as the natural state of your body. When it stops trying to prove itself worthy of rest, your pelvis isn't empty now. It's full with something that doesn't need a name. A quiet kind of completion, like a door left open after someone has passed through and no one came back to close it. The house is not waiting for them. It's just standing there, empty but at peace, with all its rooms holding their breath in silence. And your lower back isn't trying to fix anything anymore. It doesn't care how long this lasts, or whether you'll wake up tomorrow feeling different. It only knows that right now, the curve of itself is not a problem. It's just part of what holds you together, not by strain, but by surrender. The spine isn't rigid because it must be strong. It's soft in places where strength once meant tension. And that softness is not weakness. It's the body's way of saying, I trust this moment. I don't need to brace for anything. Your breath continues. Long, slow, unhurried. Not because you're guiding it, but because your body has remembered how to do it without demand. There's no effort in the exhale, only release, like steam rising from a kettle that hasn't been turned on, yet still lets go of heat it doesn't need to keep. And each time you breathe out, something shifts, not dramatically, not suddenly, but with the quiet certainty of roots growing deeper into ground that has waited for them all along. There's no urgency in your chest now, only a soft fullness, like water rising slowly behind dam walls that have stopped resisting their own weight. Your hips are no longer a place where thoughts gather or fears settle. They're not holding memories of the day or rehearsing what might come next. They're simply part of this moment. The way a riverbank is shaped by time and current, not by intention. You don't have to think about them. You don't need to adjust them. They aren't resisting anything anymore. They're just being, without effort, without expectation. The space between your pelvis and the bed isn't empty. It's full of something quieter than breath. A kind of presence that doesn't announce itself but simply is. And if you could feel it, the way warmth spreads through skin after long cold, you might notice how your body is not just relaxing, but returning, like an animal that has been running for too long and finally stops beneath a tree, no longer needing to flee, only to rest with its head on the ground as if saying, "This is enough. I don't have to do anything else." Your legs are not stiff. They're not tense. They aren't holding any part of you up anymore. They've stopped pretending they need to stay ready for movement. Instead, they're allowing themselves to be heavy in the way only a body can be when it knows there's no one watching. Like logs sinking into mud, not because they want to disappear, but because that's where their natural weight belongs, and you don't have to do anything with them. You just let them stay, not as obstacles or burdens, but as part of the quiet architecture of your rest. It feels different now. What was once a place of holding is becoming something else, not less, but deeper. Like an underground stream that no longer needs to push forward because it's already flowing where it belongs, and you aren't leading this process. You're simply allowing yourself to be carried by the current of your own release. There's no need to guide what isn't resisting anymore, only to stay just as you are, not in any posture that requires work, but in one that lets everything else fall into place without correction. And somewhere beneath all this stillness, a soft shift, barely felt, almost invisible. The nervous system begins to believe it's safe to stop scanning for danger, not because the world has changed, but because you have stopped acting as if you need to be on guard. And that belief isn't loud or dramatic. It's quiet, like a door closing with no one inside and nothing outside to hear it. It doesn't matter how long this continues. The night is holding space for your body to return without deadline, without demand, to its own rhythm, its own shape, its own permission. You aren't being asked to fix anything or become anything different, just to stay, not because you're doing well, but because you already are. And the more you remain, the less there is to say about it. Only what can be felt, a kind of soft certainty that this moment is enough. Just as it is, you are not holding anything anymore. Not even the idea of holding. The space where your hips meet the mattress is no longer a frontier, no border to defend, no threshold to guard. It's simply a meeting place between body and support, like roots settling into soil after rain has softened the ground beneath them. There's no tension in that contact, only quiet acceptance. You don't have to prove anything by being still. You're not failing because you've stopped moving. You aren't lagging behind or falling short. Your body is doing exactly what it was meant to do when given permission to rest, to be held, to stop preparing for something that never arrives. Your lower back isn't a place of strain anymore. The muscles there have loosened their grip on time itself. They're not remembering how long you've been upright, how many hours you've carried your weight like an obligation. They don't care about past effort or future expectation. Well, under reality is compra trade. They're only aware of now, of this exact point where bone meets cushion and pressure becomes presence instead of pain. The spine isn't a column anymore. It's not holding anything up. It's just resting, sinking into its own shape without needing to be corrected. Your pelvis is no longer a vessel for tension. It doesn't need to carry the weight of your thoughts or hold space for your anxiety. It's just a basin now, open and soft, receiving the fullness of this moment without resistance, not trying to be deeper, wider, firmer, just being what it is, part of the body's natural curve where strength meets surrender. No one told you how to do that, but your nervous system remembers. It knows when to give way. And right now, in this soft expansion between breaths, it's choosing to release, not because something happened, but because nothing has to happen at all. The weight of your legs is no longer a burden. They aren't heavy with effort or weighted down by habit. They're just heavy as bodies are meant to be when allowed to stop performing. Like stones in the deep part of a river, not floating, not struggling, but simply resting where gravity pulls them without argument. You don't need to let go, because there's no one holding on anymore. There's only space for this moment to unfold as it will, and your legs are part of that unfolding. They're not separate from the rest of you. They're not resisting the bed or fighting the air or waiting to be needed again. They've stopped trying to keep up with the future that hasn't arrived. They're simply letting themselves be carried by stillness. If you could feel it now, the slow unspooling beneath your skin, you might notice how your body is not collapsing, but unfolding, like paper that's been folded too long and finally allowed to lie flat again. Crestry smoothing out without force, edges softening where pressure had built over days, weeks, months of silent tension. The pelvis isn't shrinking or giving in. It's just returning to its true shape, not shaped by will, but released by safety. You didn't make this happen. Your nervous system did, quietly, patiently, without fanfare, and that is enough. There's a soft warmth spreading through your lower back now, not hot, not urgent, but steady like the low heat of stones after sunset. It moves slowly in waves that don't demand attention. Just notice how it doesn't ask for anything. You don't need to hold it or change it. You're only allowed to feel it as a kind of quiet confirmation. Your body has released its grip on vigilance, and the warmth is not proof of healing. It's just evidence of release, like steam rising from a pot that's finally stopped boiling. No more pressure, no more need to rise, just stillness. Or Hips aren't stiff with memory anymore. They're not holding on to how you stood when someone spoke too sharply, or where you tightened your core before stepping into a room full of eyes. Those moments are gone. Not erased, but released from their hold on the present. And now, in this space between breaths, your pelvis is only what it is. Part of the curve that connects spine to legs, not carrying anything else. Not acting as armor or anchor or shield, just a shape made for support, for rest, for being held. You don't have to make room for any new feeling now. You're already full of something deeper than emotion. This isn't emptiness. It's a kind of presence that doesn't need words. It's not excitement nor peace exactly. It's the quiet hum of your body saying, "I've stopped fighting. I'm allowed to stay." And because you're no longer resisting, the space where your pelvis meets the bed isn't just contact. It's connection. Like two sides of a river meeting and simply flowing together without resistance. The muscles around your lower back are not tight with anticipation anymore. They don't know what tomorrow will bring, or how many meetings you have to attend, or whether your thoughts will return when you wake. They only know this, that now is safe enough for the body to stop bracing. And so, they're letting go, slowly, without force, like sand slipping through fingers after a long day of holding on too tightly. Not because you told them to, but because their nervous system has finally stopped signaling danger, and when there's no threat, the body doesn't need to stay ready. It can just be. You're not asleep yet, or maybe you are. It doesn't matter. What matters is that your body isn't trying anymore. It doesn't care whether you've completed relaxation or achieved stillness. It only cares about being held, and the bed is holding you now. Not with force, but with quiet consistency, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder when no words are needed. A continuing dollars a scrate. It's just returning to its natural alignment, as if gravity has finally been invited back in after being kept at bay for so long. And now, instead of resisting the pull, you're letting yourself fall into it, not downward toward nothingness, but inward toward a deeper kind of presence where your body feels like it belongs, not to anyone else's expectations, not to time or schedule or performance, just to this moment. There's no need for motion now, no demand to rise or move or prove you're capable. You're only being asked to stay, and that is already enough. You don't have to do anything with your breath. It's happening on its own, deepening without effort, not because you're trying harder, but because there's nothing left to push against. The air flows in and out like a tide returning home after years away. No resistance, just arrival. And somewhere beneath all this stillness, so subtle it might be missed, your body is beginning to believe that this is what safety feels like. Not loud or dramatic, but quiet as dust settling on a shelf after a long day of movement. Not because you've done anything right, but because you haven't had to do anything at all. And that belief isn't something you have to earn. It's simply allowed. Your legs are not separate from the rest of you. They're part of the same slow breath, the same quiet pulse beneath your skin, no longer holding up a life that never asked for them to carry more, just resting in their own natural weight, like branches after rain, heavy with moisture, soft with surrender, open to whatever comes next without needing to control it. Your lower back is no longer a wall against the mattress. It's becoming something else now. Not softness exactly, but release. Like stone worn smooth by water that never stops falling. Each drop just one more way of saying, you don't have to hold this shape anymore. There's no test in being still, no score for how long you've lasted, only the quiet truth beneath all motion. Your body knows when it can stop. You're not holding the bed now. The bed is holding you, and that shift has already changed everything. Not because of what you did or didn't do, but because gravity has returned to its old job of keeping things in place without asking permission, like a hand resting on your spine when you weren't even aware it was there, steady enough that you don't notice until it's gone. And now, for the first time in a long while, it hasn't left. Your hips are not locked in preparation. They're no longer waiting to rise or pivot or adjust. They've settled into their own rhythm. Slow, unasked for, unwritten, like roots finding soil after years of being lifted too high. The kind of stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from surrendering to what's already beneath you. Not a posture, not an intention, just presence. There's no need to name it, no need to define where one part ends and another begins. Your pelvis is simply resting, like a book placed gently back on the shelf after being read too many times in haste. Its edges softened by time, its spine relaxed into alignment, not because of posture, but because nothing else is required. Your breath continues without demand. It doesn't need to deepen further, nor slow down more. It's already where it needs to be, moving with the same quiet pulse your blood has always kept, even when you weren't listening. And now, finally, you're letting that rhythm guide you instead of resisting it. The space between your lower back and the mattress is no longer a gap filled with tension or effort. It's becoming something quieter than contact, more like resonance, as if the bed isn't just beneath you, but speaking to you in a language older than words. A low hum that says, "I've been here all along, waiting for you to stop pushing so hard against me." And when your body relaxes into it, there's no moment of collapse, only arrival, like water finally reaching the bottom of a well after a long drought. Not rushing, not fighting, just settling where it belongs. There is no before now, no memory of stiffness or urgency, only this: your pelvis meeting the bed not as resistance, but as reunion, as if every part that was ever meant to rest here has finally found its way back. Your legs are no longer separate from your spine. They're a single current running through you, like warm blood moving quietly beneath skin that no longer needs to guard itself. Heavy in the best possible way, not burdened by weight, but held by it. Like trees after rain don't stand taller, they simply lean into the earth with more grace. And somewhere deep within this release, so quiet it might be mistaken for absence, your nervous system is beginning to believe something new. That safety isn't a moment you earn or achieve. It's not something you must perform for. It's just here, now, in this space where your body has stopped running from itself. You're not asleep yet, but the part of you that was always trying to stay alert, to monitor thoughts, check on time, brace against future demands, is finally quieting down. Like a radio dial turning toward silence after years of static. It doesn't go away all at once, but one frequency at a time. And each one fading feels less like loss and more like relief. Your hips aren't relaxing because you told them to. They're softening because the body has stopped sending alarms through the spine. Not from danger, but from habit. That old instinct that says, stay ready, stay sharp, never let go. Now, that signal is no longer ringing in your nerves, and without it, there's room for something else to take its place. A kind of slow listening has begun. Not a mental act, but a physical one. Like the way soil listens when rain falls. Not by thinking about it, but by absorbing it silently, deeply, completely. Your body is doing that now. Receiving the night, the bed, the stillness, not trying to understand or fix anything, just letting itself be filled. And in this filling, there's no need for movement, no urgency to rise or stretch or check on something outside yourself. You're only being asked to stay where you are, and that is more than enough. Your lower back isn't collapsing. It's simply yielding, like a door left slightly open after someone has passed through, not because they forgot to close it, but because there was no need anymore. The space behind is safe, and so the body doesn't feel compelled